Fox Sports.
We are Buffalo. We are Arizona.
Downtown Phoenix, Arizona. Good to be back at the ballpark where the Diamondbacks, well, who would have explained this at the beginning of the series? Colorado, everything to play for, coming to town, going head-to-head with these Diamondbacks. Well, now Arizona fast forward. Just about they hope to sweep the Colorado Rockies, and you can see the difference it has made in the standings. San Diego, a one-half-game lead. San Francisco steamrolling Chicago. That may change. That score is 12-0 right now in the 8th inning, and, of course, it all ties into the wild card. Hi, folks. Welcome back to the ballpark. He's Mark Grace. My name is Darren Sutton. So you come to town, you're rolling. You're playing a team that just got swept by the Pittsburgh Pirates. You have the major league leader in losses going. You have a guy that's given up more home runs than anybody else. And you beat the Colorado Rockies, the first two?
Yeah, go figure. The Arizona Diamondbacks get swept in Pittsburgh, the worst team in baseball. Then you come in, the hottest team in the major leagues, and that's the Colorado Rockies. They do it every September. And what happens? You run Joe Saunders out there. He had lost 16 ball games this year. He goes out and throws a gem against these Colorado Rockies, beats Jorge De La Rosa, one of the best pitchers in the last calendar year. And then last night, Rodrigo Lopez locks up with Ubaldo Jimenez and beats him fair and square.
And here is how those two pitchers have done it. They have shut down the key elements, kept them quiet at least in this series.
That's exactly right. Troy Tulowitzki and Carlos Gonzalez have been, in a word, well, terrible in this series. They have done nothing to help their ball club, and that's rare because these guys have been carrying the load, especially here in September, and it's starting to, the frustration is starting to mount for these two. They're starting to throw helmets, they're starting to break bats, and it's starting to get to these guys. You can see it, Darren.
Well, this is what you're talking about. Look out,
No,
Troy Tulowitzki. That got very, very scary. We go back about a month ago, and it was Ian Kennedy talking with Miguel Montero. Miggy using the press. He was frustrated. Ian being challenged to maybe grow a little bit by Miggy. The two have grown together. Miggy watches tonight from the bench, but I think for Ian Kennedy, he learned an awful lot about himself, and he has dominated since that.
I think a lot of times you become a really good player when you look yourself in the mirror and say, you know what, maybe I don't have all the answers, Darren. Maybe I don't have all the answers. But for me, I think his mechanics have improved because he's starting to use his curveball more. You know, Darren, as a former pitcher, you have to throw your curveball, and you have to have good mechanics to throw a good one.
Skipper Kirk Gibson talking about that growth, the adjustments, and just simply put, learning.
Like in Ian's case, they totally changed his routine. They really worked on his mechanics. They worked on his tempo. And, sometimes when suggestions are made, change isn't welcome. But after a while, I've said it before, you're almost ready to get on your knees and beg, okay, what do they need to do? They become much more open to things, and then they start working together. And I think that was the case with Ian for sure.
Kirk Gibson, the 1988 National League MVP. Who is the 2010 NL MVP? We will address it. We've been seeing all the candidates over the last couple of weeks. Big Mac Mark McClune will join us. Ben Gracie and I with all the action. Looking to sweep, that's right, sweep the Rockies.
For baseball in downtown Phoenix, Game 3 of the series between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Colorado Rockies. The Diamondbacks with a chance to sweep the Rockies tonight and put a serious damper on their playoff chances. Now, we have a question, and we want to know what you think. Our question tonight is, who do you think should be the National League MVP? Here are your choices. A is going to be Adrian Gonzalez from San Diego. B, Carlos Gonzalez. In the lineup tonight for the Colorado Rockies, Albert Pujols is C, and Joey Votto is D. Text your vote to 36929, and we will update the poll all night here on the Diamondbacks-Rockies game on Fox Sports Arizona. Now, a couple of votes from our guys. Let's take a look at what they chimed in. Miguel Montero likes Carlos Gonzalez. Ryan Roberts likes Gonzalez as well. He says for a young guy to be putting up numbers like that is incredible. Adam LaRoche picked Joey Votto after Votto at the depths 2 years ago and is now on top of his game. And then Rusty Ryle says always reliable. Albert Pujols is his vote. So we want to know your answers, so text that to 36929. Coming up, this would be a seismic sweep for the Arizona Diamondbacks, a game with major playoff ramifications. Darren Sutton and Mark Grace have the call, and it's next on Fox Sports Arizona.
On Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Gila River Casinos, proud partner of the Diamondbacks. Big O Tires. Stop by any Arizona Big O Tires location tomorrow. Get a free Mark Reynolds bobblehead with any purchase. While supplies last. Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Folks making their way from all around into the ballpark. Glad to have you with us here at Chase Field. Ready to go. Ian Kennedy ready to go. It's been a great story as he climbs closer to 200 innings, what he has done. We're underway here at Chase Field. Gracie and I glad to have you with us tonight. Thanks for inviting all of us into your home. As there's a strike over the outside corner. Quick peek at the numbers. Brought to you by the UPS store. And you can see that ERA was well above 4 about a month ago. Now it's getting closer to 3.5, and that's a good thing. What is not a good thing is Jonathan Herrera fouls that one off, as he should by now be to 10 wins.
Oh, no question about that, either from lack of bullpen help or lack of offensive help. Ian Kennedy could have at least 14 or 15 wins with a little bit of luck, Darren. But I guess a lot of pitchers could say that.
Well, he has 12 no decisions this year, and his numbers in the no decisions, 2.54 ERA. Over the outside, that's a changeup, 2-2 the count. Opponent's batting average of 211 in those 12 no decisions. And when he left these games, he was up in 3 and tied in 6. The right-hander out of USC, Huntington Beach, California. Became a Diamondback on the 8th day of November in a trade last year from the Yankees. As Herrera lifts that one up and into the seats. Well, we called Game 1 a must-win for the Rockies. We called Game 2 a must-win. What does that make this?
Oh, I think this is win or go home.
It's close, isn't it?
I think it's win or go home for the Rockies on this one.
With San Francisco now leading Chicago 13-0. Kelly Johnson ranges to his left. He gobbles it up and throws in time for the out. We saw the skipper Jim Tracy a moment ago. Let's take a look at his starting lineup as penciled in. And in his career against the Diamondbacks, he is a winner. Herrera, Spilborghs, Carlos Gonzalez, Troy Tulowitzki. Those are the guys we talked about have been quiet, and I emphasize to this point. Giambi gets to start. Melvin Morris, Seth Smith, Chris Iannetta catches, and Jeff Francis, trying to keep that shoulder healthy, is on the mound. 13-0.
Yikes.
As that fastball is high. Spilborghs takes it right at the belt. 1-1 the count. It's been fun watching Kennedy this year because it's been a while since I know I've covered a guy, maybe you too, that pitches at the belt a lot with this fastball. Like that. Spilborghs lifts that one to the right side. But doesn't throw 98 miles an hour. His defense, when they work, we'll see it defense quickly. It's the outfielders that do a majority of the work. Roberts, Young, Gillespie in this case. The infielders of Reynolds, Drew, Johnson, and LaRoche. Hester catches him tonight. But he also throws the curveball and the changeup out of that same line of sight, doesn't he?
That's exactly right. And he's not a guy that sinks the ball, Darren. This is basically a four-seam fastball. It might have some run away from a left-handed hitter, like Carlos Gonzalez is going to step in. But I think somewhere in the middle of this season, Darren, he found that he does not have to nibble with his fastball. He can throw it on the white of the plate and get swings and misses like that from Carlos Gonzalez, or get the pop-up or the ground ball he needs. I think playing for the New York Yankees and playing in the American League and the American League East, facing those bomb squad lineups, is another fastball elevated, is fouled back. I think a lot of times you feel like you have to nibble a little bit. You've got to be on the corners, or maybe something over there. That's the way it's taught. No, you can't pitch in the middle of the plate. He's finding out here that if you've got a little bit of extra on the fastball, you can get away with throwing on the white of the plate.
The 0-2. Boy, all fastballs to an MVP candidate. That's exactly what you're talking about. No balls and 2 strikes to count.
High fastball. That time, off the plate fastball. I think he's got him set up for the changeup. What do you think, Darren Sutton?
I think he does. He also, you mentioned it in the open, has good command of that curveball, and it plays against lefties as well.
He got the first out of the game. A ground ball to the second baseman, Kelly Johnson, on a curveball.
32 home runs, 107 RBIs for Gonzalez. Is that changeup? He just missed with it.
He had him set up for it. He just faded that one a little bit. Well, not a little bit. That was way out of the zone.
I think the other part of the ability to throw those fastballs over the white is the command of the other 2 pitches. If you're not commanding the other 2, you can forget it. Fastball, and it's high, 2-2 the count.
That's
Gonzalez.
not a bad place to go on Carlos Gonzalez. He likes that ball up around the chest area once in a while.
Boy, has he hammered outside of this series Arizona this year, hitting .420 against them this season. 5 home runs of his 21 hits.
It's twice now in this at-bat that Hester and Kennedy couldn't get on the same page. Let's see what he goes with. Still having trouble. Finally. Fastball, and he misses.
Well, right away, I think you've keyed on to something. And we talked in our open about Kennedy and Montero hitting a bump in the road. Miggy going through the press a bit with his frustrations. Ended up working out great for both of them. But the work between these 2 against a particular pitcher. That one is fouled off, as most pitchers are.
Well, sure. We just had a really nice grab in the stands, Darren.
Is it a
Right
contract?
down to it was contract worthy.
Yeah,
It was contract worthy.
If our surveillance cameras weren't up and running yet, I don't know.
Oh, man. Asleep at the wheel on the surveillance cameras.
And so he sells him on a fastball, and he's buying. 3-2.
Got him with the gas.
Over the wide of the plate with a fastball.
Belts high, down the middle, and right by an MVP candidate. Miguel Montero's picked for MVP.
Talk about it, commercial breaks. Someday we'll open up the mics. Someday, Kirk Gibson, the skipper of these Diamondbacks. There was a very light moment I'll tell you about with Gibby and his hitting coach Jack Howell before the game. But first, let's take a look at Jack and Gibby's starting lineup. It's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. I mean, a real light moment. Stephen Drew, Ryan Roberts, hard-hitting Kelly Johnson, homered yesterday. Chris Young, Adam LaRoche, he homered as well. Mark Reynolds, John Hester, Cole Gillespie, and Ian Kennedy. And the numbers on the left-hander, Jeffrey William Francis, Canadian-born left-hander. A couple of years back was a 17-game winner and is trying to still get to 100% shoulder surgery last season. It was a shame to see him go down and miss portions of 2 full years. Because, boy, he was really starting to build up a great career as that one is inside.
Before Ubaldo Jimenez, he was the ace of this staff. Injuries have derailed him the last couple of years, like you said. When he's healthy, he is a terrific left-hander.
Stunner last night with Jimenez. I mean, a stunner.
A rare off night for the great right-hander.
Stephen Drew fouls that one off, and
that's about the 25th time that Rodrigo and Ubaldo hooked up this year, hasn't it?
Well, for sure the third that I know of.
I could swear it's like 5. Honestly.
For sure the third that I know of.
Okay.
Last 2 starts, literally they pitched almost identical games.
Yeah, you're right.
And both times the Rockies won. The 1-2. Steven pops that one up. Giving it a look is Melvin Mora. By the way, Drew's homer last night and Adam LaRoche both homering against Ubaldo Jimenez. All right, follow me, folks. That ended his streak of 84 Jimenez consecutive starts without allowing more than 1 home run. 84 consecutive starts. The longest such streak since Oral Hershiser went on a run of 90 starts back in the late 80s.
Goodness.
He didn't look anything like himself last night.
No, not at all. He was, well, he's wild. Not only with his walks, but it seemed like he was behind on every hitter, 2-0, 3-1. You're going to give up home runs at this level when you pitch from behind. Anybody will tell you.
Look out. Bat goes into the seats. Not a broken bat. Just a slippery bat out of those hands and an off-speed pitch. Looks like everyone, thankfully, is okay.
You see a little girl over there like that, it just scares the devil out of you. There it goes. Way out in front of a curveball. Thankfully, everybody okay.
So now Ryan Roberts. Boy, it was looked like the dad next to the little one that ended up grabbing that bat quickly, as that one is outside. 1-0 the count. Ryan Roberts. 208, couple of home runs, 9 RBIs. Hard ground ball. Tulo opts to play it on a backhand. Shoots it on across. A couple of quick outs from that left arm of Jeff Francis. Let's take a look at the Rockies defensively. Understanding this year, he is a ground ball pitcher, Francis, more than any other year in his career. So Mora, Tulo, Herrera, Giambi. Not much range, but he'll be busy. Chris Iannetta behind the plate.
Yeah, Jonathan Herrera will have to cover the entire right side of the infield. But Jason Giambi, he can hit.
You know what he is as a first baseman, especially defensively?
What's that?
He's a great pinch hitter and a good teammate as a first baseman.
As a defensive first baseman?
That's exactly what he is.
That's very well said. It's a good description. And get it. Come on, Jace. Jace just now moved.
Base hit right field. Hard hitting Kelly Johnson.
Okay, come on, Jace. I know. Up, but no. All right. I tease, folks. There was no way.
No.
Even JT Snow or anybody like that would have gotten to that one.
The second part of his career has been fun to watch. Huge numbers. Giambi, MVP award, big homers, championship, Rebel baseball in Oakland as Chris Young digs in. Trouble kind of finding his way onto the blacklist, if you will, in Major League Baseball. Then some admission that went along with it. Now the older, more gray-haired Jason Giambi, kind of the new lease on life, has always been a good teammate, always, and a good clubhouse guy.
One of the better guys in the game.
Kind of finding himself as a bench player and loving every minute of it.
Yeah, as you get older, you're not able to play at the same level you were able to play at when you were young. He has gotten a lot of big hits for this Rocky team the last couple of years.
And just ask Sam Demmel.
Well,
He walked him off.
Last year in September, he got a lot of big hits. Sam Demmel.
That walked him off. That was the sweep. 2-1 the count. Chris Young, he's got 25 homers on his own. He's got a couple of walk-off homers as well. 87 RBIs this year. 1 of 6 in the series. An 8 of 20, a 400 hitter with a pair of home runs in his career against Jeff Francis. Well, it's been a while since the Diamondbacks have seen him, as he has tried to find his way back to health.
Missed with a changeup. Now he's 3-1. Chris Young should get a fastball to hit here.
Francis has not faced the Diamondbacks in more than 2 years. Now, he has made 17 starts this year, none of them against Arizona. Last time out, his Rockies beat Arizona 6-5. August the 13th, 08. Diamondbacks were in a pennant race on August the 13th of 08. They played themselves into one when they should have probably run from the division, because they started 20-8 that year.
That's true.
They played teams back in. Manny Ramirez, had just
Manny
joined
Ramirez
the Dodgers.
Trade helped the Dodgers just a shade.
2 weeks before that outing that Francis had, Manny became a Dodger. Bouncing ball, and it's a foul ball. The real big silver lining, though there was heartbreak in the end, Gracie, for Diamondbacks fans, for you and I, for the team most importantly, was we got to spend some time with Big Adam Dunn.
No, that's true. And we can't get enough of him, and we're better for it. We love Big Adam Dunn.
3-2 with 2 outs.
And Big Adam Dunn loves us. think. No, probably not.
We don't really care. He had a pitch. I would imagine that Young would tell you, I'd love to have one more chance at one of those. That one.
He was challenged right down Broadway, and he fouled it straight back.
I was thinking about that on the drive home last night. If this at bat goes on, I'll ask you a question. That is ball 4. What is it? Is it what thoroughfare do we use? You know, we'll talk about it in Milwaukee when a pitch is right down Wisconsin Avenue.
Oh, yes.
Is it Central? Do we say it's right down Central?
Avenue, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're up there amongst the rich folks. Huh?
Sure I am.
You're up there like
sure.
on, I would say Scottsdale Boulevard. Like you're up there in that high rent.
Sure. As opposed to you.
Like you're more like Lincoln. Those big old homes.
Anyway, we'll go with right down Central.
I've been through your neighborhood. You've been kind enough to invite me over to dinner like, well, never, but those homes there have like 8 chimneys and stuff like that. You know, it's just huge. Like gazebos.
0-1 the count to Adam LaRoche. Find myself regretting asking that question a moment ago, folks.
No, we should say Central. You know, Lincoln.
We talked about Adams' homer last night. Historical homer with regard to what Jimenez had done. Hot shot. Herrera. So he spun on that one. And that pitch was right down Central.
Lincoln.
Easy. Arizona is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, Arizona's largest Ford dealership. Big O Tires. Stop by any Big O location tomorrow. Get a free Mark Reynolds bobblehead with any purchase while supplies last. Robeson Resort Communities. That's right, I said Robeson. 6 Arizona communities. And by Wells Fargo. Together, we'll go far. Oh, and 1 the count to Troy Tulowitzki. Gracie and I glad to have you back with us. We trust to this point your week has been a good one. And all you youngsters, hang in there. Tomorrow, Friday, the weekend is here for you.
Runs a fastball right around chest high. Right in on the hands of Tulowitzki and just ate him up. 0-2.
26 home runs. 89 RBIs. And for Tulowitzki this year, 5 of his 26 homers have come against the Diamondbacks, hitting .328 against Arizona this year. Changeup, and I mean he fooled him badly. Gracie, walk us through this one.
Well, it's not going to take long because it only lasted 3 pitches. It started with a couple of fastballs. There's the get me over fastball. Then up and in. speed him up and then slow him down with the changeup. That's just pitching 101 right there, Darren. And that's a very, don't you throw it. Okay.
That was a gentle sit down. Usually, and you were there, I mean, a lot of times in that situation, the hitter's more frustrated when he gets a cookie. And that's what you guys call him. And he pops it up over by his dugout than being outpitched. I mean,
and also the situation. Second and third, one out, chance to give your team the lead. Yeah, that right there, that's what I call really a nothing situation. You know, the most you're going to do is give your team a one-run lead at best. Nobody on. Well, you strike out there, you tip your cap, and you move on. One thing we know about Troy Tulowitzki, he not only can beat you with his bat, but he can beat you with his glove and arm as well.
1-2 the count. Jason Giambi as that fastball flutters low. 415 career home runs, nearly 1,400 career RBIs for Jason, and a career on base percentage of .405. Career roller. Reynolds on the cross and in time for the out. Well, health and wealth raffle.
Oh,
2010.
Please be good tonight.
What a great cause it is. Healthwealthraffle.org. It's almost midnight. It is almost midnight. Well, Gracie, I know that you came up with this key, so I look forward to hearing what you mean by it.
Does that mean that Bentley of yours is going to turn into a pumpkin?
By Bentley, you mean
when the clock strikes midnight?
If by Bentley you mean, the roof rat that hangs around in my backyard that we've named Bentley, if that's what you're talking about.
You got your nice roof rat, huh?
But the car Bentley? No chance, pal.
Well, is that what we're talking about? Like some Cinderella? Is the chariot going to turn into a pumpkin at midnight?
That could be with these Rockies.
I know what it is. It's a tribute to Lou Piniella hitting it up there in the pumpkins.
Boy, you've grabbed the wheel and we're already way off. We're in someone's farm. You've taken us way off the road.
Well, it's almost midnight. What are we talking about?
Well, I think you kind of keyed on to something.
Because it's 7 o'clock right now.
No, I think you keyed on something with the Rockies. That should they come up short, 1-2, the count to the veteran Melvin Mora. The clock may strike midnight. But that's not what the key is. I like your tie-in. Tonight, the Health Wealth Raffle 2010 and all of its great beneficiaries. Visit healthwealthraffle.org. It comes to an end tonight at midnight. So log on, visit for a very good cause, and get a chance to win some great prizes. So it's actually a real key, if you will. But I like the way you tied it in.
Here's the 2-2 to Melvin Mora. Base hit to center field. He challenged him with a fastball right there. And at 7:05, Melvin Mora gets himself a 2-out base hit.
I like it, Gracie.
I don't really get it, but...
Well, just log on. Visit the website. Because at midnight, you can't win any big prizes. You can't raise funds anymore. Just got to log on to the website. It all ends at midnight. Healthwealthraffle.org. The 2010 benefiting St. Joseph Hospital and the Barrow Neurological Institute.
Okay.
Good drawings going on out there. Youngsters making signs. I don't know if I told you folks, as Seth Smith takes outside 1-1, we need more signs.
Ooh. A lot of ADT out there.
Really? Some value added on those children's signs. 1-2 the count, Seth Smith. That's creative product placement right there.
Yeah.
Get your 6-year-old to draw you some pictures and write ADT on there.
Yeah. Keep everybody safe out there.
Fires that one over. Mora goes back. So well done on the key to the game. I mean, you really took it places.
I thought it was just a tribute to, the now moved on Lou Piniella. Friend of the show, we love him.
High fly ball, center field. Young is tracking.
So, 7:06. Ian Kennedy continues to roll. It's not almost midnight, folks.
Yeah, Lou Piniella, nowhere near here right now. Field. And we are honored to have it. We have some news to pass along as Mark Reynolds digs in. You can guarantee priority now for All-Star Game seats by purchasing 2011 D-back season tickets. Call today, 602-462-4794. Visit online, dbacks.com/ASG. Is that one? Sales outside. 2-0 the count to Mark. 32 home runs, 84 RBIs, hitting just .202 this season as he waves at a 2-0 pitch, 2-1 the count. Reynolds this year has not enjoyed the Rockies at all. He is 6 of 52. That's a 115 clip against Rockies pitching, as that one is outside. But then again, Jeff Francis hasn't been pitching for the Rockies this year against Mark. 9 of 18, 500 against him.
He hasn't been fooled in the past. He got fooled by a 3-1 pitch there, way out of the zone.
3-2 the count. High fly right side. Rattle around. Francis will go back to work. Bottom of the second inning, 1 hit for the Rockies. 1 hit for the Diamondbacks. Kelly Johnson singling back in the first inning. To the right side, an easy chance for Spilborghs. Ryan puts that one away, the man out of UC Santa Barbara. So Mark is erased. That final score with regard to the National League Western Division, a crazy, I mean wild score when you take a look at what went on at Wrigley Field.
What did go on?
19 hits for the Giants, 13 runs. Madison Bumgarner went 7 shutouts, struck out 9. Guillermo Mota, Dan Runzler, they worked out of the bullpen. A couple of scoreless innings. John Hester, high sky, center field. Carlos Gonzalez. Hester is erased. Ryan Dempster went an inning and 2/3, gave up 9.
Ouch.
Right now it's a dead heat in the West and in the wild card. How about that?
Amazing. So Ryan Dempster officially got lunch of the day, huh?
He did. He did. He did manage to throw 53 pitches.
That'll hurt his Cy Young chances.
I think you're right on that one. Still overall a pretty good year. You hate to have starts like that. He's got 14 wins and a 3.87, even with that outing. Think about that.
No, he's just too good a pitcher to have an outing like that.
Buster Posey homered. The 1-0. Pitch is low. Anytime the Diamondbacks score 6 runs or more, here's hoping Cole Gillespie gets it going. Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the next day. Right there. 2-1 the count. Juan Uribe had a big second inning, by the way, for the
second inning
for the Giants. Little topper on 2-1. Morris says, "I'm gonna let it roll," and it keeps on rolling. It's a fair ball. So there you have it. A topper swinging single. Almost looked like he popped a bunt down that line. Missed it badly, but he'll take it. You take those.
Doggone right you do. A chopper, Moore realizes if he feels he's not going to get him, so he lets it go. Now, Troy Tulowitzki, Johnny on the spot, got to run it down and keep Cole Gillespie from going to second base. Ian Kennedy been swinging the bat a little better lately, hadn't he?
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. As he takes a pitch. To finish the thought, Juan Uribe had a good second inning.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it.
Well, he had 2 homers, including a grand slam in the second inning. 6 RBIs.
Golly.
Arizona, by the way, with the fewest bunt hits, fewest infield hits in the league.
Which is strange because there's some pretty good athleticism, pretty good speed on this ball club.
In the history of this franchise, they have the lowest bunt hit total and the lowest infield hit total in a single season in franchise history. And the lowest total of singles as well in a single season in franchise history.
That's pretty much been the story all year. If the Diamondbacks, if they don't homer, they don't score.
Look at Ian Kennedy, folks. I've been telling you to keep an eye on him.
Told you he's been swinging it better. And no, you haven't been telling.
I remember I called you over the winter after the trade went down and said, look, the one thing you're going to enjoy is right about September, he's going to start hitting.
I do recall that.
That one is outside. I also reminded you that every time a D-back hits a homer, and I said it even last New Year's Eve, when a D-back hits a homer, Fulton Homes donates $150 to the Youth Assistance Foundation.
I remember you told me that with a party favor and a hat.
The 2-1.
Opportunity now for Ian Kennedy to maybe turn the lineup over and give Stephen Drew an opportunity here. 3-1. Got to be taken all the way here, don't you, Darren Sutton?
I'm not so sure about that, Gracie. He can hit a little bit.
Let's hope he's taken, folks. There you go, Ian. Good job. Now you get a running start from Cole Gillespie. Now you score on that double. He's thinking like a hitter up there.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get that running start. Now hit it in the gap. Ooh.
Well, I might need to go ahead and pass it along. Might be time to call your grandmother. Call your buddy. Send him a text.
Uh-oh.
Skype him if you'd like. Let him know that Ian is about to hit his first big league homer.
Now here it comes, folks. Oh.
Yeah, he would have if he would have challenged him.
Pitched around him.
So call Grandma and tell her you're sorry you interrupted her.
Oh, to get back to her dinner.
Here's Stephen Drew. He struck out back in the first inning.
Steven with an opportunity here after a mistake by Jeff Francis, walking the pitcher here with 2 outs.
Roberts waits on deck. Drew, as you can see, 271 with runners in scoring position. Well, he has loved these Rockies throughout his career.
Oh boy, he got a fastball right down Camelback.
Steven hitting .323 against Colorado this season. .313 in his career. Got him out front, pops it up. Is there room? Giambi scampers over. He gave it a look.
He got there. He's showing some range.
Drew, of course, with that average, and he's been on a nice roll the last 4 weeks or so. He's the only qualifying Diamondback with a batting average over 275. Last season, only Upton was over 275. Only 2 seasons in franchise history with just one qualifier over 275. The 0-2. That pitch is high. 1-2 the count. Back in 01, Counsell, Finley, Gonzo, Gracie, all guys over that number.
Oh, shucks. I love it when you give me some love there, Darren.
1-2 the count. Pulled a string back, and down goes Stephen Drew. Couple of strikeouts today for Stephen against the southpaw, Jeffrey William Francis.
Mark McClune with you, and the baseball season is winding down, but the hockey season is almost here. Pleased to be joined by the voice, the television voice of your Phoenix Coyotes, Dave Schrader, back for another season, taking in a ball game tonight. But how excited are you to start the hockey season?
Well, based on how the team did last year, Mark, I think against all odds with everything that was going on off the ice, we're all excited that 107-point season, finishing 4th in the West, is just a sign of things to come here this season.
It's certainly you dropped the puck in Prague to start the season. I know everybody's excited. I know Todd Walsh is headed over. I know Mark Grace is headed over. How excited are you to be headed over?
I didn't make the cut.
You didn't make the cut?
No, Todd Walsh likes to talk about how I beg for followers on Twitter. I would love to have been in that room to see how hard he begged to get on this plane to go to Prague. Because obviously, whatever he did, it worked.
Well, it certainly did, and he'll bring you the action. And you won't be there in person, but you'll be calling the game.
Well, actually, it's going to be radio only for the 2 games over there in Prague, so you'll be able to hear Bob Heathouse. Even Nasher's not going, so it's Bob Heathouse only calling the action from Prague.
All right, we'll have Todd Walsh and Mark Grace report back and ready for the home opener. When's the home opener?
Home opener October 16th against the hated Detroit Red Wings. Almost sold out already, so come on down to jobbing.com. But if you can't be there, we've got 60 great games on Fox Sports Arizona, all in high definition.
All right, and follow him on Twitter. What's your Twitter address?
The Voice DS.
All right, I'm going to follow you right now. Guys, we'll kick it back into the booth.
Thank you very much, Mark McClune. Best of luck this year. By the way,
always a pleasure to see Mr. Strader, isn't it?
Preview show coming up Monday at 6 o'clock. A 30-minute show for the Coyotes trip. Season opener in Prague, as we mentioned. Coverage on FoxSportsArizona.com. Pre- and post-game shows. Todd does a fabulous job with those shows. Passionate about that sport, and he is going to carry you through, get you started, take you through the game. Of course, Nash and Strader will call the action. Good luck to the Yotes.
It's going to be fun over there, man. I'm going to have Shane Doan make my bunk.
He did not go around.
Can I interject something, guys?
Sure, what's going
on?
on?
I hate to bother you. I know it's a home game and I shouldn't be on the air with you, but
man, I can't wait to get over there with you, Todd. It's going to be big league.
Per diem's going to be through the roof, by the way, with the exchange. I know Dave can't hear me, but I fought for him in that room when we were debating about who was going to be able to make the flight.
Well, how'd you get in there, Todd?
I set the meeting and didn't invite them, but I did fight for them. But we'll carry the flag for Fox Sports Arizona and our website and the Coyotes website. But we'll make it up to Dave down the road.
Yeah, he'll be just fine. I voted for you.
Oh, thank you. I don't know why he's so upset. I mean, it's just Prague.
Yeah.
It's only one of the most wonderful cities in the world.
In the world, yeah.
Well, good stuff. We are. You've whetted our appetite the last couple of nights about this. I'm excited.
Does Shane Doan being the captain, does he get a suite?
He does.
Yes.
All right. So he'll be a set, Mark. And
my own king-size bed, that'll be big league.
Making the play is Hester. Francis moves him up. And Gracie, I thought I made it clear to you the guys were getting ready for the season. I mean, they have to play. It's hockey time. It's time to play. This counts.
Oh, we're going to play over there in Prague. Trust me.
That's what I'm saying. I don't need them. I need them focused. I don't need you distracting them.
No naps in Prague.
That's what I'm worried about.
Keep the boys out.
Right. I understand.
We're over there to have a good time.
Well, that's why I don't know if you heard as Jonathan Herrera digs in. You actually are going to Prague, but it's during D-back spring training next year. For the whole time. They don't want you to distract the guys.
I gotcha.
Kevin Towers was saying before the year that he has put that in his new budget. Gracie goes to Prague in March. 1-0 the count.
Leave the squad alone.
That one is flipped foul. Somehow I think that. Oh, you're on TV.
You are officially on TV, young man. If that is indeed your sign. Might be the Red Sox fan.
Well, that's actually, I know it says Mar Grace.
Yeah, that wasn't very big league.
The 1-1. Slap down the line.
Oh, nice play with the bare hands.
Certainly surveillance was on that time.
With the bare hands. Kept his beer intact and made the play. Oh, man,
that's a contract.
A great play.
We've got a contract. We'll be sending it down for free tickets. Gracie, are you okay with that?
I am all in. That was a great play. Beer never moved.
That one just low. 2-2 the count. That's a good call, Mar.
I mean, shouldn't you maybe used a red pen to fill that in?
Put me on TV, Mar. You're the best. Who is he again?
Always love an opportunity to get an Eric Burns jersey on TV.
That is strike 3, and down goes Herrera as the fine night continues for the right-hander Ian Kennedy. Change-up.
Another change-up. Foul tipped into John Hester's mitt. And he's looking awfully good again tonight. He's in complete command of his stuff. Only given up one hit thus far, 2 2/3. Pitch count starting to creep a little bit at 48.
Bouncing ball, it's a foul ball. Well, what we've seen in his last couple of outings, that the initial target was about 180 innings. Well, they're going to let him pitch past 180 innings. But he came out last outing 91 pitches. The outing before that 82, 91. He will continue to pitch this year, but he's not going to throw 115 pitches. So
no.
When he gets to around 90 to 100, he's done.
I don't think he needs to go that deep. Good fastball. Didn't get the call. It was inside, but he really made it. Ryan Spilborgh's jackknife out of the way and move his feet.
That being said, his last 5 starts, it's well over 6 innings a start, closer to 7 innings a start.
Yeah, he's going to throw over 200 innings this year, or at least close to it.
1-1 the count. Spilborgh's inside, 2-1
Which is a lot more than I think anybody expected from him, don't you think?
Couldn't agree with you more. Last year had an aneurysm in his shoulder, had surgery. First of all, once he got past the fear of understanding what all that means, then you worry about your career. Change up in a hitter's count. How dangerous is that pitch if you can command it?
Well, he did command it. It was up in the zone. It was thigh high, but just the lack of speed on it. Way out in front with Spilborghs. Watch the barrel of the bat way out in front. What a good pitch. And another one.
2-2 the count to Spilborghs. Carlos Gonzalez waits on deck. Boy, at some point tonight we are going to have to talk about, maybe we'll wait till it goes final, the Cy Young race in the American League. As Tampa and New York, Price and Sabathia are dueling, and Tampa is steamrolling New York. But there's another game today, Gracie, that not many people were looking at.
I watched it.
And you watched it.
King Felix Hernandez of the Seattle Mariners, in my opinion, as that was yanked foul, in my opinion, should win the Cy Young Award. And before all you Yankee fans go clamoring about CC Sabathia, who got smoked tonight at Yankee Stadium by Tampa Bay.
He gave up 7.
Other than wins, Sabathia does not have anything. Oh, what good effort there by Kelly Johnson, but a base hit with 2 outs to give the Rockies a much-needed lead.
Ryan Spilborghs, single, RBI, 36, batted in. Iannetta, come on down, he scores.
Good at bat there by Spilborghs. He really made Ian Kennedy work hard. Finally got a fastball he could handle. Kelly Johnson gives it everything he's got, but he came up just a bit short.
The Rockies are 59-30 when they score first. They have done it as much as anyone in the game. Top couple of teams in the game, the Rockies right there scoring first. And now for the 90th time. Remember, they scored 4 last night. They scored first. They lost the game. That's how rare it was what Arizona did. By the way, Rodrigo, as you held him at bay after that, you and your team did that against Ubaldo Jimenez.
I think he went around on that. Let's see what Danny Lemieux says.
Yes, he did.
He sure did.
No argument from Carlos Gonzalez.
One of the few curveballs we've seen from Ian Kennedy. I only remember maybe one other. But yeah, the head of that bat just gets out there too far.
Oh, and 2 the count. That pitch is high. One and 2 the count. Fires it over. Diving back is Spilborghs. Felix Hernandez today, to finish Gracie's thought, was beaten by Toronto 1-0. He's now 12-12. His ERA is 2.31. He leads the American League in ERA and innings pitched and strikeouts. Your simple stats. I don't have to go any deeper than that. He leads in so many more if you want to dig deeper. As that one is inside, throw down, sails a bit. It's a stolen base.
Yeah, Hester will be disappointed in that throw. A good throw would have had Spielborg's easily, but as you said, the throw sailed on him. And Stephen Drew had to come too far up the line. He gets a good pitch to throw with, but he just sails it. As you can see, a good throw would have had Spielborg's pretty cleanly. So now another runner in scoring position.
2-2 the count. Bouncing ball, it's a foul ball. There have been 3, 2, and 1-run games with regard to support for Hernandez. Beyond belief, those numbers. His ERA is now a full run better than Sabathia's. And this is not a knock on CC, folks. I mean, there is a city in Wisconsin that will name streets after him for what he did a couple of years ago.
No, and I'm not bagging on CC Sabathia at all.
Neither one of us are. We want to be clear on that.
He is a fabulous pitcher that's great for the game of baseball. But Felix Hernandez should win the Cy Young Award this year.
2-2 the count.
He's been the best pitcher in the American League, if you ask me.
Ground ball, and it's a foul ball.
Boy, they're putting some at-bats on Ian Kennedy.
Well, what's that doing to the pitch count?
That's exactly right. They are battling. Spielborg's had a 6-pitch at-bat, ended up getting a base hit to drive in a run. Now Gonzalez doing the same thing here to Ian. I like a fastball right on the inside corner. Stay right in on this guy's hands.
The 2-2. Outside, 3-2 the count. Uh-oh.
There you have it. Starting to climb.
And they will not let him again have high stress, high pitch count early in ball games. This could be a shorter outing if he can't reel it in. Breaking ball, curve ball. Kelly Johnson. And in time for the out. He needs a couple of quick innings now and maybe a few runs of support. Live action, we will continue this conversation as the pitch is away. We've been looking forward to 11 things to look forward to in 2011. Salt River Fields at Talking Stick. It'll be the next time these two clubs meet up. The Rockies, the Diamondbacks, because they will be sharing their complex up on the 101 and Indian Bend Road. If you hadn't had a chance to get as close as you can, even just drive by the exit and take a look out. If you're going north, look out to your left. This is behind the scenes of what is going on out there. And that's something to look forward to. I think for all of us fans, get to be a little bit closer. And for the Colorado Rockies fans, they are really excited as well. And Gracie will miss you while you're in Prague. Line drive, base hit, center field.
That might be 2 bases.
Roberts hustling on around.
Oh, Ryan Roberts just stretched the double into a single. But a single nonetheless. Now he rips a base hit into left center. He's thinking 2 all the way until right now. Okay, he hesitated. Once he hesitated, that was it.
Kelly Johnson takes outside. 1-0 the count. Boy, Kelly had a fun little hitter's moment that Gracie educated us about last night. And it's not about getting pitches down the middle all the time and hitting them hard. That's what you saw in the highlights. It's about hanging in there so you can get that pitch.
Well,
Chaz Roberts.
Exactly right. That's the tough pitch. Survive. Foul it off because the next pitch might be a mistake. And you could do something like that. Very impressive at bat. One of the best ones of the season, in my opinion, for Kelly Johnson. He's had some good at bats.
Chaz Roberts air conditioning, cool play. Kelly singled back in the first inning.
Ooh, boy, you got a nice hanging off-speed pitch right there and fouled it straight back.
Another look at the out-of-town scoreboard sees that Kansas City beat Cleveland 4-2.
I thank you for that. That's probably a battle for about the 3rd or 4th pick in the draft, isn't it?
Maybe so. Fortunately, the home team's in that battle as well on this telecast.
I think you're right. Well, I know you're right.
Breaking ball is inside. 2-1 the count. Sean O'Sullivan beat Mitch Talbot in that game, by the way.
Really? Oh, they're dancing in the streets of Dublin, Ireland.
Are they now?
Yeah. Sean O'Sullivan, a good Dublin boy.
Saw Kevin Towers a moment ago. High fly ball. Well struck center field. Kelly, touch a ball. $150. The Arizona Youth Foundation. It's a Fulton Holmes homer. Hard hitting. Kelly Johnson. That ball was smoked, said the general manager.
You can read the lips, the new general manager, with his brand new Diamondback shirt. Read his lips. That ball was smoked. And you know what? He's absolutely right. That ball way out of here. That's 25 now for hard hitting Kelly Johnson.
Kelly earlier today, Gracie, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, he had something stuck in his craw knowing he was facing a lefty.
And
the pitchers were out taking their early BP, the starting pitchers. High pop into right center field. Young was erased by Spilborghs, and he made a holler over from the area where he was stretching. Didn't want to talk about what he wanted to try, and I didn't want to ask. That was his business. But the starting pitchers got thrown. You're done. About 5 minutes early, Kelly hopped in there and took about 20 against a left-handed batting practice pitcher. And there's your result.
It's paying off. You know, we've known about Kelly Johnson and his work habits, and we like his work habits a lot. There was a day, I want to say it was on a recent road trip. I think it might have been Cincinnati, Ohio, if I'm not mistaken, where there was a day game after a night game. It might have been somewhere else. Don't quote me on what city it was in. day game after a night game. As a matter of fact, it was here on the last homestand. And there was no batting practice on the field. You're going to hit in the cages. You're going to hit in the cages, underneath the stadium here. Kelly Johnson, no. I want to hit on the field.
Adam LaRoche trying to join in the fun. Did he? Going back, Gonzalez with a leap. He's got it. He gave it a ride. Continue your thought, Grayson.
But Kelly Johnson was adamant that, I don't get enough work in the cage. I want to go out on the field and work on some things. I want to practice where I'm playing tonight. The same batter's eye and all that. So Kelly went out there by himself and hit on the field. And good for Kurt Gibson for relenting. Yeah, going out there. Found him somebody that pitched to him. He ended up having a heck of a game that night.
A couple of clubhouse staffers went out, ran the baseballs down for him. Glad to do it. Had a great game. Similar thing happened today. He needed about 25 extra swings. He wanted to work on something again. We may find out what it was over the next few days. At that point, it was not my place to ask.
Well, whatever it was, he's 2 for 2 with a home run off a left-hander.
But it was a left-handed batting practice pitcher. He hopped in there. Jack Howe said, "All right, pitchers, you're done." What? Yep. Kelly wants to work on something real quick before regular BP starts. So, Joe Saunders, you're out.
I can tell you one starting pitcher is really happy about that. Ian Kennedy.
That's exactly right. Ian's glad that he took those extra swings.
Well, I'll tell you, that ball was absolutely killed out there where Todd Walsh and Joe Borowski are going to be on the post-game show.
Gerardo Parr saying, so how does that extra 25 swings or so work when you just leave stretching? Because that one bounces in there. Nope, just wanted to work on something. I want to try it. Say he and LaRoche, by the way, Johnson and LaRoche together with their dry wit.
Oh, it's
dangerous.
It's Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin.
I got to tell you a story about that 1400 sign that was held up the other day, as that one is over the top. Speaking of, Reynolds goes down on strikes. But hard hitting Kelly Johnson. I'll share that other story with you in a bit. I need some extra swings, Gracie.
Way out of here.
Pitching's the name of the game. You look at clubs that go deep into postseason, especially these days. I think the last 2 or 3 years, ones that are pitching dominant are usually the ones that end up, at the end of the year on top. So, I believe in size. I believe in strength. With size comes strength. I like guys that have strikeout ability. I like people that attack. I've got an aggressive personality. I like pitchers that are aggressive.
That is our Geico quote. Pitching will be what is added on to. Those that are worthy of being retained will be retained. Otherwise, he plans on building that bullpen.
Amen.
He didn't mix any words, but yet had a lot of optimism. He's got a history of making trades during his 14 years as GM for the Padres. He was amongst the busiest. These are some of the notable trades bringing Vaughn to town. Nevin, of course, Adrian Gonzalez and Chris Young, the pitcher. With New York, Heath Bell coming to town along with Royce Ring.
Whoa, what's that at the bottom?
I've got that one for you with the Cleveland Indians.
Whoa,
it was
we gotta show that again.
It was a young minor league catcher, Mr. Mulligan. He went to Cleveland. They were trying to finish up their exercise equipment. Need a little cash to finish it up as well. $75,000 and a couple of treadmills came from the Indians.
Now that's folklore. That's not real, is it?
Oh, he told the story.
Oh, my goodness. Yep. I'm all in. Hopefully he won't trade a broadcaster.
Well, I don't know if he's you know, we know about the legend of the late Ernie Harwell being traded.
Yeah, Ernie got traded. How about that? Broadcaster got traded.
It depends, Gracie. I love you, but depends what we're getting back.
That's true.
I'm getting a couple of good arms in the pen. Well, I'll send you an email on occasion.
Well, how about, what if it's for a couple of treadmills?
Oh, no. I'm not giving you up for a couple of treadmills.
I appreciate that.
Tulowitzki rolls that one to the right side. What kind of treadmills, by the way? I mean, the really nice ones that take your heartbeat and everything?
Yeah, probably the ones that take your heartbeat. Maybe have maybe watch
incline?
video and the inclines.
And I get 2 of them?
Well, if a AA catcher got you 2 of them and some cash, I got to believe I can get you at least a party favorite.
You're going to have to give me a new email address then.
Well, I'm in trouble.
Jason Giambi takes a pitch over the inside. 0-1 the count as it hits the corner. Kennedy, speaking of innings, as he grinds through this one with a higher pitch count. Good change. Can he get that decision early? Yes, he does. An awkward manner in which he threw it, but he got it there. And a couple of quick outs.
That was a good change up there. Giambi cued it right off the end of the bat. As you said, 2 quick outs now. And that's what he needed, Darren, if he's going to get to at least 6 innings in this game.
8 pitches have netted him a couple of outs. Amica Insurance presents our hit chart for Melvin Moore. Damage away, down and away as well. Right there, he doesn't go after it. Speaking of those innings, though, as he reaches close to 190, the most he's ever thrown as a pro, ever, is in 07, 146 and a third.
Wow. And that was in what, about AA ball?
That was journeying from AA, AAA, and then a quick cup of coffee in the big leagues with some success. Bouncing ball, rolled into center field. Moore with a base hit. I mean, would the treadmill have like one of those cup holders on it? Where I could put my, Gatorade bottle?
Put your beer?
Oh, no.
You're not going to play for the tie?
No.
Like, right on the treadmill and have a frosty cold one? Where
No.
Call that playing for the tie?
No. I separate the two. There's one, then there's the other.
For that water of your bottled water, sure.
Just still trying to figure out this deal that Kevin might make involving you.
Sounds more and more like, you're kind of hoping for it.
The 1-0. Smith takes low, a changeup. 2-0 the count. Loads that back leg, stands in the back of the box. Over the outside, 2-1.
Fastball there. On a 2-0 count, Seth Smith's looking for something he can drive. He just goes right at the knees on the outside corner and gets the strike call. Beautiful pitch.
The right-hander from the stretch. Misses low, 3-1 the count. And it started out as a manageable inning, but now getting up at 15 pitches or so in this inning as the add-on is on. Iannetta waiting. 3-1. Ball 4. FoxSportsArizona.com has it all with more reaction on the Kevin Towers hiring as the new GM. Also A squared plus B squared. Former NFL veterans Adam Archuleta and Bertrand Berry talk football. Plus live high school football webcast. Basha versus Gilbert tomorrow at 7. Get the entire local and exclusive coverage on all teams in Arizona. FoxSportsArizona.com. Dedicated to the Arizona sports fan.
That was a big time read right there.
Thank you. Well, it's a day that ends in Y. That means DJ Carrasco will warm.
I like that. This is a long meeting with Mel Stottlemyre. Now CB Buckner, right? What's going on? I know this is just stall tactics is all it is to let DJ get loose. And, well, knowing DJ, he's loose. It takes him about 1 or 2 pitches. There's the now famous nationwide shirt, the DJ Carrasco shirts. Well, I got a lot of compliments on those in the last road trip.
Pitch is high. 1-0 the count to Chris Iannetta. Native of the Northeast. Grew up in Rhode Island. Huge Red Sox fan. Managed to work his way into one of the key games in the Red Sox comeback in 04 over the New York Yankees. Managed to kind of, dare I say, sneak his way into Fenway Park for one of those big games.
That's all right.
The 2-0. Who on that
challenged
one?
him.
Right
Just
there.
challenged him. And won the battle.
When you look at what has gone on with Olivo playing quite a bit, Iannetta, they thought he'd be the catcher of the future. That's right down the middle.
There's a first-round pick a handful of years ago, Darren.
It's almost as if they've just decided they want 2 number ones, guys that can be starting catchers. Although Olivo has played himself into that position.
As did your Victoria all but last year.
Played in 93 games last year, did Iannetta. 104 the year before that. I mean, he hit a
Found
bunch
himself
of
in the
homers.
minor leagues this year, didn't he?
He did. The 3-1. Off the end of the bat. Challenged him a couple of times, didn't he?
Bend but don't break, Ian Kennedy.
Gonzo for kids. Check presented to the Boys and Girls Club, Fox Sports Arizona, the Arizona Diamondbacks. Luis Gonzalez autographed bobblehead dolls and more than $100,000. Kids charities going Gonzo for kids. Well beyond the Boys and Girls Club as well. So a very good thing.
Tell you what, Gonzo leads the league in holding up oversized checks.
He does. He's just a step behind Happy Gilmore.
Behind who?
Happy Gilmore. Here's John Hester. You remember he wanted to keep his in his trunk?
That's right.
Sir, you finished 63rd. I still want a big check.
I want a big check. Yeah.
High pop. Hester to the right side. Well, I'm told this is a fabulous trivia question tonight.
Let's hope so. We need one.
AT&T has deserved a lot better. Name the 5 pitchers to win MVP awards since 1965. 5 pitchers, MVP awards. How about Willie Hernandez?
That was going to be my guess. I think that's an errant buzz.
Well, how about Raleigh Fingers?
Didn't Willie Hernandez win the MVP back in 1984?
I kind of thought he did.
Yeah?
I don't know.
Name the 6 pitchers that have won the MVP award.
Into center field, and Cole Gillespie with a base hit.
There you go.
I tell you, I am so sorry to the good folks at AT&T.
Yeah, that sounds to me like whoever's running the show down there might not know who Willie Hernandez is. Might have thought he was a hard-hitting outfielder. He was the closer for the Detroit Tigers back in 1984, and he won the MVP award. You were very right, Darren Sutton.
I thought,
Kirk Gibson was on that team.
I doubted myself for a moment because it was a moment of not cheating.
By the way, Ian Kennedy has been removed from the ballgame.
He is done. You're exactly right. Brandon Allen. Kennedy calls it a night. And we told you they've been watching him a lot closer. Even his ball games in which he has pitched effectively, he has been around 80 pitches, so he is done. And it will be, as we used to call it, Johnny Holstaff going the rest of the way. It means just about the whole staff will go the rest of the way.
Well, that was a good beer back in the 70s.
No, not Falstaff.
No,
Johnny Holstaff.
Oh.
0-2 the count to Allen. That breaking ball dives outside.
Made in Milwaukee.
Remember it well. I wonder if that person who asked the trivia question has ever heard of Tim Wallach. We were given the business about 80s players.
Very good third baseman for the Montreal Expos. Tim Wallach played against him for a lot of years.
We were given a good friend of ours that came into the booth. Didn't know who that was. We're talking
Tim
80s
Wallach?
baseball.
Rattling off all those good Expo teams.
One and two the count. You folks at home know at least.
I'm going to try to think of some more besides Willie Hernandez and Raleigh Fingers.
Oh, Willie did win one then.
Yes, he did.
The 2-2. Hot shot. Boy, did he lean on that one. Good effort out there. He's all right. You're all right. Who's that? Giving it his all with a dive.
A great effort. No, it's Del Webb.
Oh, wait a minute now. That's Dominic laughing on the other side. Gordy Nygaard making the effort.
Gordy giving us a great effort. Dominic having a good chuckle at Gordy's expense.
Dominic Chiarello. Laughing. Because honestly, what Dominic does in that giggle, that's what ball players do. They do laugh at one another. Wow.
He's saying, better him than me.
That's great. We love our Golden Glovers.
They do a great job.
Outside.
That's a big time at bat by Brandon Allen. He laid off some tough pitches, fought hard to stay alive and drew a walk with one out.
So now Stephen Drew. Stephen has struck out a couple of times. That one is popped up. Is there room? We'll all watch together as Mora gives it a look. Did Mark Davis win the MVP or just a Cy Young award?
Cy Young, I believe.
I'm going to go with it anyway. Reliever Mark Davis. All right. He did win the Cy Young, though. No.
What is Melvin Moore doing to our camera?
I like that.
Attaboy, Melvin. When you're 2 for 2, you're having fun.
0-1 the count. See if Steven can drive one in the gap somewhere. Right on his hands. Will he take a Texas leaguer? You bet. Come on down. Run up to the plate. Throw over the head of the cutoff man. Not in time. And Stephen Drew, he didn't need to drive it in the gap. Hold those hands in. A Texas leaguer and an RBI. And the Diamondbacks lead of a pair.
Beautiful job by Stephen Drew and a great read by Cole Gillespie at second base. He got a great jump, read that the ball was going to fall in front of Ryan Spilborg because he gets jammed by a fastball in. And a great read by Cole Gillespie and Brandon Allen. Brandon Allen scampered all the way to third base as well. 2 youngsters. They were playing in Reno a month ago. But they're out on the base paths running hard, making it happen. That's what we need to see more of next year as well, Darren Sutton. Some first to third and some second to home.
I would agree, and boy, you can cash in.
That's station to station and waiting for the 3-run homer. That's tough to come by most of the time.
Pride of Oregon State, born in Oregon. As you mentioned, Gillespie running hard in Reno all year long. Here's Ryan Roberts. 3-1 Arizona leads it. Runners are on first and third. Driving back, Stephen Drew. So I'm going to guess Willie Hernandez. I double check. Now the Zaccomatic has.
I got one.
He's got a guess at.
Vita Blue.
Vita Blue. Nice. The Zaccomatic has a guess. Our fine statistician Kurt Zacher. He wants to guess James Mudcat Grant. In 1965. That one is popped foul.
Wasn't James Mudcat Grant like way before 1965?
Not according to the Zaccomatic.
Okay.
Look at, do I doubt him? Am I doubting him?
Well, he just got buzzed.
No.
He also buzzed Willie Hernandez. How about Bob Gibson?
How about Roger Clemens?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A lot of Cy Youngs, but no MVP.
Really? And we're sure about that. I don't know, maybe in 86.
Well,
1-2 the count.
he's got the computer to prove it, folks.
One and two the count. To the right side. Long run. Spilborn's racing. And it's a foul ball.
According to the computer, it says Roger Clemens won the MVP in 1986. There you go.
That's when I actually cheated, folks. I actually looked it up. It is on.
Well, what is going down the truck? My goodness.
The 1-2. He goes down on strikes, does Ryan Roberts. Our Quest high-speed internet, high-speed pitch. Jeff Francis reaching 89. Ian Kennedy reaching 92. And it turns out Francis actually touched 98 tonight. Look at this.
Having a tough night down there.
A couple of Johnny Hole staffs. There's a couple of pitchers will be enjoying fall staffs the rest of the evening.
Oh, such a good beer back in the day.
Franklin Morales comes on.
Oh, Darren. Come on.
To win MVP awards since 1965. Bob Gibson and Willie Hernandez, Denny McLain, Roger Clemens, Vida Blue, Dennis Eckersley, and Raleigh Fingers. Oh boy, it is on. Morales. There we go. Goes to work. Franklin, the hard-throwing left-hander. Kelly Johnson to lead it off. Morales has seen a couple of roles as a member of the Rockies, just has battled inconsistencies. And we talk about Jorge De La Rosa, who pitched now in much more meaningful ball games for the Colorado Rockies and won a lot of them. Franklin Morales really is a carbon copy of what Jorge De La Rosa was 4 or 5 years ago. A gifted, hard-throwing left-hander who just couldn't find himself. And because of the arm, he still has a job. Breaking ball, fly ball, right field. And he puts hard-hitting Kelly away. Ian Kennedy is done.
Chase Field, and starting tomorrow, folks, and listen close, Dr. Mike Marshall, fans can purchase scratcher cards at Chase Field for shirts off our D-backs presented by Panda Express. Grand prize winners will be awarded on the field after this Sunday's home game with a jersey from a D-backs player or coach. Get your scratcher cards during the D-backs Dodgers series starting tomorrow at Chase Field. Proceeds will benefit the Arizona Diamondbacks Foundation. Call 602-462-4794 or log on to dbacks.com/community.
2-1 the count. Good stuff.
Mike Marshall. That's his favorite thing.
Bouncing ball, base hit. Jay Payton pinch hitting in that pitcher's spot. And trying to get things going. These Colorado Rockies realize that San Francisco is 1-13-0. San Diego right now trailing 2-1 in that ball game. Top of the fourth inning, but they're at the point now where it doesn't matter what other teams are doing. They've got to start winning and win about 6 in a row.
I firmly believe this is a winner go home game, especially with San Francisco winning tonight. They've already taken care of the Chicago Cubs 13-0.
Over the outside, it misses away. 1-0 the count. DJ last year pitched for the Chicago White Sox, made 49 appearances, had a 3.76 ERA, 2 years under the watchful eye of Ozzie Guillen, was a Royal in 3 previous seasons in the major leagues. Bouncing ball and a beautiful hit and run.
That's going to be obstruction.
Drew getting in the way of Payton as he went over to cover the bag, and he is trying to make the point with Doug Eddings. But his point is not very convincing. How about that attack on the baseball?
I like down by 2 runs, putting the old hit and run on. Now Gibby's going to come out and have something to say. Let's see what he's got to say. Steven has his back turned, and Payton just runs right up his back. Right up his back. Steve's like, get off me. There's the clarification, and Gibby's back in the dugout.
So a hit and run. Runners are on first and third. A run on 5 hits, no errors for the Rockies. 3 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error for the Diamondbacks. The Rockies have left 4 on, the Diamondbacks 6. Inside, 1-0 the count.
All of a sudden now the Rockies cooking up a brew here. Diamondbacks have a chance to have a big inning. In the bottom of the fourth, they only came up with 1. Oh, good curveball there from Carrasco.
1-1 the count. Ryan Spilborghs. Ryan did single in that run back in the third. And he has started everywhere in the outfield this year for these Colorado Rockies. And when he bats in this slot, second, well, that is his best spot. He's a 346 hitter.
Looking for a ground ball to short. They'll sacrifice a run for a double play.
1-1 the count. Towers yesterday addressing Kevin Towers, the new GM, the bullpen, saying he plans to build from the back of the ball game forward. And there's a reason why. Carrasco goes to work with a combined 3.82 ERA. With a sub ERA of below 4.3, he finds himself almost all alone. The Diamondbacks, they've scuffled, and we know they've scuffled out of that pen, as that one is a bouncing ball and a foul ball, but it's at a historic level. The most relievers this year out of any bullpen ever that have worked in 30 or more games with an ERA higher of 4.3 It's a dubious distinction, but it's been a tough year for the Diamondbacks. 7 pitchers on that list, and that's why Kevin Towers noted immediately, I'll work with that bullpen.
Have to work with the bullpen. I mean, it's been unfortunate that it's been the story of the season.
High fly right field, going back on it. Just enough room as he bangs against the wall. Now that drives in a run. Gillespie very calmly hauls that one in. Nice play. Sac fly.
Did a good job of getting back to the fence, felt for it, realized where he was, and just, as you said, casually hauled it in. Okay, there's the fence, and I've got it. About 6 to 8 inches short of being a 3-run homer. But a long out and a 3-2 ball game.
Carlos Gonzalez. 3-2 is the score. That one sails away. 1-0 the count. One and one. That one's called at home plate. Carlos Gonzalez in the middle of a 9-game hitting streak. 15 hits in that time and 34 at bats. And he's hitting .440 this month. Well, it's Tulo that's been talked about with the home runs this month. Gonzalez, meantime, is hitting .440. And the fact that, again, these two are combined 0 for 2 tonight. 0 for 4, I should say. Each are 0 for 2. Bouncing ball. This could be 2, 4, 6, 3. Double play.
Kept the damage to a minimum, did DJ Carrasco. And he got an MVP candidate to end an inning. They're now 0 for 5 in this game.
What a great interactive game it is. The kiosk can be found near section 111 here at Chase Field. Brought to you by Gila River Casinos. And folks, we just got some bad news. We will not be calling a game from the Kachinko kiosk this year.
That's some of the best news we've gotten all year long, folks. Because it was a terrible idea.
Love Kachinko. It's a great game.
It's exciting.
Chris Young to lead it off. 3-2 the score.
See if the Diamondbacks can answer right back. This time it's going to be the Colorado bullpen. Esmil Rogers.
Rogers has 5 starts on the season, one of them against Arizona, and an ERA of nearly 6 as a starter. He's pitched at about a 3 out of the pen.
Oh boy, his first pitch was right down the middle. Chris Young fouled it straight back.
Oh, and 1 the count. He walked. And he flied out. Esmil, long, lanky right-hander with an electric fastball, deals it in. 2 and 1 the count. The 2-1. Boy, off the plate, 3 and 1 the count.
He'll get a new baseball from CB Buckner. See if this one goes over the plate any better. And he'll really take his time.
Bottom of the 5th inning, 5 hits for the Rockies, 6 for the Diamondbacks. It's low. That's a leadoff walk. And the D-backs in business right away.
All right. I'm going to see within the first 2 pitches, I need to see Chris Young take off for second base. What about you, Darren?
I'm ready to see him go. He has got 27 stolen bases. Love to see him get to 30. Amica Insurance presents the Homer Zone for Adam LaRoche. Where does he do his most damage? Amica Insurance tells you. Belt high.
Really? Shocking.
Outfield straight up. Infield maybe a step or 2 to pull. As he pulls that one, it's a foul ball. And Matt Williams sidestepping that one.
Yeah, he didn't want any part of that. That's a nice play down there.
He wasn't sidestepping.
No. He corralled that baseball. Perfect fundamentals. And one happy fan down the right field line.
They still laughing over there. Come on now. Dominic.
Dominic's been giving somebody an earful down there for about 3 innings now.
And you see the defensive alignment. Tulowitzki very close to the bag at second.
All right. Here we go, Esmil. You go ahead and throw that baseball anytime you want. Just come to your stretch and go ahead and throw it.
83 times in the minor leagues.
It's still really not even close to midnight yet, folks.
Not only that, but it's almost Christmas. The 0-1. 1 and 1 the count.
Yeah. I think if Esmil Rogers stays in here too much longer, we might get to Noel. Might even see St. Nick fly on by.
There he is.
Oh, man. Saddling up.
Esmil, the 1-1, about to come home. High fly ball in the left center field. Gonzalez on the move. He's tracking it to the track, and he is there, making the play for the out.
Visit the official online shop of the Arizona Diamondbacks at dbacks.com. Browse from the largest selection of t-shirts, hats, jerseys, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source, the dbacks.com shop. It's going to look like Stephen Drew and Adam LaRoche here in a few days.
Yeah, and that also is a gentle reminder that you might want to put a rush on your order because Christmas will be here before you know it.
Yeah. That's not true.
Here's Mark Reynolds.
Still 105 out.
Reynolds flied to right. He also struck out. As that one is outside to Mark. 1-0 the count. Mark 0 of 8 with a walk on this series. And just 3 of his last 27.
He's really going through the doldrums right now. Sitting at 201 as we speak. Gas
1-1 the count. He made his debut in May of 07, Mark with more home runs than any major league third baseman. The long ball has always been on that resume. The defense has improved. As you said, this has been a limp for him to the finish line. 1-1 the count.
All right, Esmiel. Go ahead and throw the baseball. Here we go.
One and two as he does throw the baseball.
Yeah, I don't blame you, sir. It's not the most masculine cast.
Yeah, he makes up for it with him with the cowboy hat.
Cowboy hat, though. Now that's masculine. I like your cowboy hat you were wearing in Pittsburgh. It was a nice hat.
I thought you would. Stetson. 1-2 the count. Outside, 2-2. Esmiel with a little bit of time in the major leagues last year. And again, all of his work in the minor leagues outside of just a handful of opportunities have been as a starter. You know it's the arm because it's not the numbers. An ERA of nearly 6 in Colorado Springs this year. He's got the arm. That one is rolled foul.
Well, the only thing is Colorado Springs is even higher elevation than Denver. And I'm sure they don't have a humidor up there. It's also good to know we're not going to have one here.
On August the 20th, he started in this ballpark. She's done playing catch. He pitched very well. 6 innings, 1 run against the Diamondbacks. Struck out 6. So he has seen Arizona. They've seen him.
All right.
We're still seeing it.
Let's throw the baseball there, son.
Well, this can put a defense on their heels.
Yeah. I'd be screaming at him for first base. Get on the mound and throw the baseball.
John Hester waits on deck. Tulowitzki just pacing, trying to stay on those toes. The 2-2. Runner goes. Chopped. First base line. That's a foul ball. So we'll do it again. 2-2 the count. By the way, top of the 5th inning, the Dodgers lead at 2-1 over the Padres.
Glad to hear you're going to the out-of-town scoreboards, some scores that actually matter.
On occasion, I'll do that. Tell you more about that game here in a moment.
That's Hiroki Kuroda shutting down the Pods.
And Matt Latos on the other side. 3-2 the count. So anyway, Latos has gone 4 innings and given up 2 runs while striking out 3.
Right.
Kuroda 5 innings, 1 run. He has struck out 3 as well. Miguel Tejada with an RBI. Andre Ethier's driven in a pair.
And Esmil Rogers still continues to refuse pitching. Come on, dude, let's go. I'm going to have to make a phone call down to Jim Tracy and tell him to get somebody loose in the bullpen.
Well, Venable's got a couple of hits in that game.
Really?
3-2 the count. Runner goes. Fouled off.
He's got a very good arm.
And on the flip side, Mark Reynolds is putting a nice at-bat on him.
Putting a nice at it. I like this kid's arm. I like his stuff. Just needs to throw it.
He's going to work that new baseball up. Reynolds digs back in. Pitch number 9 about to come home. Young stays put. That's outside. It's ball 4.
Good at bat there by Mark Reynolds. Very good at bat.
Quick reminder, Saturday football continues on Fox Sports Arizona and Fox Sports Arizona Plus. Cats ASU when they take on the number 5 team in the land, the Oregon Ducks, at 7:30. Fox Sports Arizona, ASU, Oregon, and then on Arizona Plus, the Wildcats battle the Cal Bears. For the Plus channel listing, visit our website, foxsportsarizona.com.
Now, you can read lots more if you want to. There's a meeting on the mound. Bob Apodaca had to come out. Probably tell Rogers to throw the baseball.
Those two gentlemen were much younger back in '07 when they battled for the right to go to the World Series. Now they're talking about a spring training complex that they'll be sharing together next year. Good camera positions we'll have.
I'm sure that's exactly what they were talking about. You're right.
Pitches away, 1-0 the count.
Where the high home camera will be with Ralph Kelso at the helm.
I would imagine we got to be doing a few games from over there next spring.
I hope so. It's going to be tough for me. I'll be in Prague.
1-1 the count. Yeah, you'll have to go from Prague to Taiwan.
What's going on in Taiwan?
Diamondbacks could be playing a regular season game there late March.
Regular season or spring?
Yeah, no, it'll be a regular season
exhibition.
Game. No.
Against the Taiwanese team.
No, the San Francisco Giants. Could be the defending world champions.
In Taiwan?
In Taiwan. Talks are ongoing.
Well, they got a great Little League program over there. Looking forward to getting over there and maybe checking out a few ball games.
Right, but the Diamondbacks will be playing the Giants if it all works out. Could be the defending world champs. Breaking ball. 2-2.
I think I'll be like Dave Strader and just stay here and listen to you do it. Watch it on TV. Maybe listen to the governor on the radio. Along with the Candyman. I'm staying in Prague.
Swing and a miss.
Well, the couple of walks here in the inning. Diamondbacks have yet to make Rogers pay. Big strikeout there on Hester.
And so now Cole Gillespie. Gillespie's having a nice night. Couple of singles, made a fine play up against the wall. A run scored on a sac fly, but made a tougher play look very easy as he handled himself in right field. So Rogers ready to go. Inside, 1-0 the count. Two and 0 as that one misses outside. Dodgers come to town for the weekend series. Joe Torre in his final go-around, final week and a half as manager of the Dodgers.
Before he takes the Mets over next year.
Could be.
According to him.
Not according to him.
No?
No, that's not at all what he said.
All right.
The 2-0. 2-1 the count. By the way, here's what's brewing. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. Eli Enright. Harry Enright saying, I need to throw more sliders. I have vacated that pitch, overthinking. We'll see that tomorrow. Boy, how about a couple of talented youngsters in Kershaw and Hudson?
Man.
That's on Saturday. Billingsley and Saunders. Gracie will be back for that one on Sunday. Final home game of the year. That one is rolled foul. 2-2 the count.
Boy, I hate to miss that Kershaw-Hudson matchup. That's a big-time match. Whoa! That's a big-time bubble.
That is a big-time bubble.
He didn't get any on his face.
You're pitching like an ace. It all goes well. He's kind of a cool customer when things are going like that.
He is kind of a cool customer out there, isn't he?
He went into the Clippers today, too.
You could tell. Looks good.
Two and 2 the count. Bouncing ball. It's a foul ball.
This is a big time bubble here. This is how you do it, all you kids at home. Watch closely. And then get none of it on you.
All right, the crowd's coming alive.
Fans really getting behind Esmil Rogers because he's about to throw a pitch.
2-2 the count. Down the ball, base hit, left field. Youngblad saying, I need you to come on down. Chris Young does. The Diamondbacks have waited. They've been patient like Job. And finally they add on another run. And Esmil is not as smiling.
Not at all. Slider stays up in the zone. Having a really nice night is Cole Gillespie. Stays on it and just rips it right through the left side. Chris Young scores easily with his speed. And the Diamondbacks do answer here in the bottom of the fifth inning and another 2-run lead.
First ever 3-hit game in the major leagues for Cole Gillespie. First ever.
Good for him. I've been telling you about Cole Gillespie all year long. You haven't been listening.
Tony Abreu, chop over the head of Rogers, charging, making the play. Herrera throws it away! And another run will score. Abreu puts it in play. Would imagine he may earn himself a hit. No RBI as the error allows the run to score. And the Diamondbacks lead it 5-2.
Well, when you put a little pressure on the defense by putting the ball in play, good things can only happen. And it happens right here. A nice play by Herrera, but then he gets in a hurry, throws it up the line. Jason Giambi couldn't reach. Well, it really wasn't that bad a throw.
And that defense has been on their heels. They can try all they might to stay on their toes.
Absolutely, you're right.
Outside, 1-0 the count.
It's hard to make acrobatic plays when your pitcher's having a 30-minute inning.
Arizona, they lead it 5-2. That is a single for Abreu and an error to allow the run to score. Outside, 2-0 the count. Stephen Drew. Stevens singled in a run in the 4th inning. Struck out a couple of times prior to that. He'll be hanging around. 2-1 the count. These guys got their wind sprints in.
Lost in this inning is a really good at bat there by Reynolds. A long at bat. Ended up walking and scoring.
Exactly right. A 9-pitch at bat. Diamondbacks have coaxed 4 walks in this ball game already. Steven drives it into right center field. It'll roll, and it could be 3 for Drew. Picking him up, putting him down. 1 run is in. Another run. Drew to third. A slide. A triple for Stephen Drew. Scored easily. Running hard out front was Tony Abreu, because if Drew is tagged out at third and Abreu is Cadillacing at home, his run wouldn't have counted. Meantime for Drew, that is 11 triples.
Breaking ball once again stays in the middle of the zone. Bang! Into the gap it goes. Start the merry-go-round. Joe Youngblood waving hard all the way. Gonzalez gets it into Tulowitzki, and it's close at third. But Stephen Drew, you know, once that ball goes into the gap, it's going to be 3 with his speed. So the Diamondbacks come up big with a couple outs here.
And 1-0 the count on Ryan Roberts. Rogers works from the windup. Roberts, fly ball center field. 34-pitch inning, and the Diamondbacks feasting. Timely hits, some miscues, walks, defense on their heels, and Arizona leads it by 5. Score 7. This week on Fox Saturday Baseball, the pennant race is heating up. The NL Central leading Reds take on the Padres, looking to keep pace in both the West and the wild card. It's Fox Saturday Baseball. It's presented by Gillette, and it returns this week at 1, only on Fox. Carlos Rosa, that well-tuned right arm, hard-throwing right-hander comes on for the 19th time this year. And right now, Diamondbacks just looking to start throwing some outs up on the board. As They witnessed how Esmil Rogers handled his opportunity. In a one-run game, he leaves, and it's a 5-run deficit.
And he really put his team in a tough spot by working so slowly, walking a couple of people. And it came back to Hunt, and give the Diamondbacks credit. Gillespie, Drew, big 2-out hits. That's what you do. Come out, stay right on the hill, and throw some strikes.
And that right arm fires a strike. Came over from the Kansas City organization in a trade earlier this year. Did Rosa. The 0-1. That one is outside. 1-1 the count. Quick thought on Stephen Drew with yet another 3-bagger. We've gotten very accustomed to it. For a guy who's not a big-time base stealer, a lot of times we tie triples to big-time base stealers. Drew with 34 triples since the start of 08. That's #1 in the game. Line drive, base hit, Troy Tulowitzki. His counterpart at short, Tulo with the hit. First hit of the ball game for Troy. 34 triples, and that's more than everyone. Flying Hawaiian. A lot of the other speedsters that get triples.
No, he's got great speed. And also in right center field here, that's a big ballpark. That's 413 feet. Out to right center field, and you can just mail it in. If he hits that gap, it's 3 bases.
Fowler this year on the list. I love the triple. Do you?
I think it's one, if it's not the most exciting play, I guess the inside the park home run is the most exciting. But I love watching a fast guy scamper from home to third. I love it. You know, I used to love watch hitting triples, except unfortunately it was against my teams. Deion Sanders.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, was he'd hit first base and he was to third. Like, it was so fast. Never seen anything like him.
He's a forgotten man with regard to his baseball play.
Oh, could he fly?
2-0 the count to Jason Giambi. Fouls that one off. By the way, the guys on that list behind Drew since 08, to tell you who he is ahead of the 34 triples. Carlos Crawford with 31. Carl Crawford, I should say. I moved him out of the country. Carl Crawford with 31. Shane Victorino with 31. And Jose Reyes with 30. He's got more than those guys.
Those are perennial all-stars.
And Carl Crawford.
Him too. Sorry, you just took him south of the border. That's okay.
Willie Hernandez. Let me make sure I didn't lose my touch. Carlos Crawford. Popped up. Giving it a Lucas mark. No, you can hear. Oh, how about, wait a minute.
Oh, my goodness. We've had some great plays tonight.
Got his family with him.
Give it to his son. That's nice. I like that. Making plays.
Got all the gear on. What do you think?
Love it. Oh, as far as...
That one is lifted up and into the seats.
As far as a contract?
I thought I'd let you call the shot on this one.
Well,
let's see it
let's
again.
Take a look. I mean, he is in the rich folks' seats. So he's probably got a pretty large contract of his own. So nope, there's Giambi swings right through a fastball. What do you think? I think he, with those big league seats, he's probably got a great contract of his own business. So he probably doesn't need one.
If they were a gift, what if somebody invited him?
Nope, he doesn't get one. Giambi strikes out. He's going to bring up Melvin Morris. Sorry. It was a great grab. You got a beautiful family. Baseball is very handsome. Studying it hard.
That gentleman was on the phone the entire time. He doesn't deserve to look at that baseball. I mean, I was embarrassed by that gentleman on the right. Good man, but he's lucky his buddy was there to make the play. He was just yakking away.
He was yapping away on that phone. It was a nice grab.
Driven to center field. Well struck. Going back is Young to the wall. He's there. shot. Got it! CY covering the deepest part of the ballpark. The little things in baseball. You youngsters at home, why do you hit your cutoff man? That's why. I mean, Troy Tulowitzki's gone. He is for sure that this ball is off the wall. And Chris Young actually, look at that. I mean, he hammered those breaks. Now that's an empty feeling, isn't it, Gracie?
That's a terrible feeling, especially down 5. What a bang-bang play that was at first base. He was out. Diamondbacks have played very well in this series here, Darren. After playing poorly in Pittsburgh, they've gone up against a much better team, a playoff caliber team, and they've really outplayed the Colorado Rockies for 2 2/3 of games, wouldn't you say?
I would totally, completely agree. And good for them. They needed that. I mean, what a sour taste in their mouth they left Pittsburgh with. And for that matter, the whole road trip. That was an embarrassing 2-8 road trip for Arizona. So to come back home and to start to do some things that they know they can do. And even in that shot, it's a little thing that we saw there. To pick at the little things. That one sails to the backstop.
Manny Del Carmen introduces himself.
1-0 the count. You could see in that replay the plate first in the Fox Mo. Carlos Rosa sneaking in as well. He was backing up the play. So just a lot of little things going right there. He's had a ball tattooed to the wall. He wasn't hanging his head. He was backing up first in case he needed to.
That's exactly right. And Chris Young scampering back to the wall, then hitting the cutoff man, as you said earlier, and a perfect one-hop throw by Kelly Johnson to Adam LaRoche. That thrilled this crowd.
Pitch is high, 3-1 the count to hard-hitting Kelly Johnson. Shot. Look out
look
there.
At this boy hit. Look at this boy hit.
3-hit night for Kelly.
His bat's making a sound tonight. I mean, a long tape measure home run. 2 at-bats ago, and then just bang. Look out, Doug Eddings, the second base umpire. Got it up to 277 now, does Kelly Johnson.
Fastball runs in, 1-0 the count. Ten hits for the Diamondbacks, 6 hits for the Rockies. Each team has committed an error, and Kelly with his 8th 3-hit game of the season. And they want to talk about it. One more time, the catch by Chris Young.
Gets it back in to Kelly Johnson. One hop to Adam LaRoche. And Tulowitzki knew it. That's an empty feeling.
8 3-hit games for Kelly. Draw a walk when he needs to.
You know, hitting in the 1 and 2 spot most of the year, Darren. That's a strike. He's driven in 69 runs. He's scored 88 runs.
88 runs
That's a
scored.
good number. Once you get creeping up into the 90s in runs scored, that's a big-time number. Chris Young leads the team with 89 runs scored.
2-2 the count.
Once those RBI totals start to get into the 90s and runs scored totals, that's good stuff.
This club has averaged about 4.5 runs per game this year. In comparison, the 0-1 team was just a tick over 5, and that was a really good offensive club. Look at Kelly. He swiped it. The breaking ball, though, is strike 3. Kelly took off. Young looked at a curveball, so for Johnson, stolen base number 12. For Young, it's a strikeout. A couple of walks tonight, now fly out and a strikeout.
He just got locked up on a breaking ball. Kelly got a great jump. That's another thing that's gone overlooked from Kelly Johnson. He came in, Darren Sutton, when we were in spring training and we were told about Kelly Johnson. We had only watched him just in the handful of times we had seen him with the Atlanta Braves. Now he's below average defensively. His hands are, he's got kind of hard hands. Yeah, average speed, range is just okay. Had a really bad year offensively, lost a job, became available. Boy, he's been an awfully good player all the way around. Speed, defense, offense, power.
He relished this opportunity. Never once has he talked about proving anybody wrong.
No,
he is
he's
always
not that kind of guy.
He has always said, I learned a lot in Atlanta. As that one is driven deep right field. Spielbergs goes back. It's off the wall. Johnson will come on down the throw to the plate with the slide. He's in there. LaRoche and Johnson trade places. Arizona 8, Colorado 2.
Fastball out over. Right off the top of the wall. Gonzalez gets it in. Kelly Johnson was halfway, and he almost got nailed at the plate. He just got the foot in there ahead of the tag of Chris Iannetta. So the Diamondbacks continue to pile it on here against these Rockies. And what I feel is a winner-go-home game for these guys, Darren.
I tend to agree with you.
And it just floors me that this team could come out flat. And they have. Maybe the Diamondbacks have made them look flat. But there's been an error, which is not like the Rockies. They're a very good defensive team. There's been base running mistakes.
You know, Francis, too, with a short start. It's not that he was completely ineffective, but his last start, he had just come off the disabled list and thrown only 3 innings and 62 pitches, so they knew going in they'd be lucky to get 5 out of him. That's why there was talk about the Rockies maybe going to get a veteran starting pitcher that wouldn't be postseason eligible, but may be able to help him.
Hope you get there.
Inside. Reynolds jackknifes out of there. Francis 3 2/3, 6 hits, 3 runs. Ian Kennedy went 4. He gave up 1 run. A couple of walks, 3 strikeouts. Since then, it's been these bullpens. Two and 2 the count from Del Carmen. Former member of the Red Sox deals it.
Had some good years with the Red Sox.
Dodgers lead the Padres 2-1. That game is in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Dodgers threatening with the bases loaded in that game. 2-2. Breaking ball popped foul. Again, what does it all mean with regard to the West? What does it all mean with regard to the wild card? Colorado, they already know that San Francisco steamrolled, so they would lose a game in the West, no matter what San Diego does. They have a 4-game deficit in the West.
It's going to be tough to overcome. They do play San Francisco 3 more times, though. That also means you're going to have to beat Matt Cain or Tim Lincecum or Jonathan Sanchez.
Tim Lincecum, Barry Zito, and Matt Cain. That one is low.
Ain't going to be easy.
They're a better team at home, though. I mean, much superior.
Night and day. You're right.
It's Wallace Chacin, Jason Hamill, Jorge De La Rosa.
Whoa! We lead the league in love and tattoos.
3-2 the count.
Another good at bat there by Reynolds, drawing a walk.
An 8-pitch at bat. His last at bat, a 9-pitch at bat, and it was a walk. Gonna have a visit to the mound.
Much needed. Bob Apodaca having to go out there a lot. This game's starting to get away from the Rockies. Well, it's not starting to. It's gotten away.
Eleven hits for Arizona. 7 stranded as well. Del Carmen, Massachusetts born. Red Sox 2nd round in the 2000 draft. And was acquired this year just at the non-waiver trading deadline, as he was sent with some cash to the Colorado Rockies. This year in Boston had a 4.70 ERA. A couple years back did have some good numbers. Gosh, in the big leagues has a sub-4 ERA pitching in that AL East.
It's pretty good. Hasn't been so good for him in the National League with the Rockies.
His numbers in 6 appearances, an ERA over 8.
talked about Mark Reynolds, another good at bat, drawing a walk. That's 81 walks now for Mark Reynolds. That's a high number. It's good. It's a good number of walks. That's 6 in the league.
Two runs, 6 hits, and an error for the Rockies. 8-11-1 for the Diamondbacks. Swing and a miss, 1-2. (3-1) LA now on top of San Diego. They added another run as that one goes back to the screen. Well, what an interesting time of year. A time in which a Giants fan, once his team is victorious back in the Midwest, roots for the Dodgers.
Oh, say it isn't so.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, and Hester goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. Ah, look at the Frisco fan. Dear D-backs, beat those Rockies. Linda from Frisco. Got the Giants jersey on out there, the jacket.
Nobody yelling at her or anything.
Oh, no. She's a D-backs fan tonight.
Well, but she's wearing Giant stuff.
Go D-backs, her sign says.
All right.
Come one, come all.
You're right.
And then next week, we look forward to Padres fans rooting for us when we're in San Francisco.
Very good point.
Gillespie 3 of 3.
Yeah, looking for his first 4-hit game of his career. Now why not? You can do it, Cole.
That pitch is high. The Rockies, from September 1st until September 20th, averaged 6.5 runs per game, the best in the game. In their 3 games in this series so far, 7 total runs.
And it's been the struggles of their dynamic duo. That one's fouled back. That'll reach the seats.
Two and one. That's a full moon.
Wow, that's gorgeous.
Those people acting a little odd at times.
Must be harvest time.
That pitch, a low strike, 2-2 the count. Cole, the Brewers' number 3 pick in 06 out of Oregon State. In 05, Oregon State lost Jacoby Ellsbury to the draft. And guess who stepped in his spot in the lineup? Cole Gillespie. 2-2. That one is fouled off. I'm told it's time for our APS Energy All-Star. And it goes to Cole. First career 3-hit night. And Gillespie having one of those nights when you don't play a lot. His average has gone up 27 points.
Started at 219. He's up to 244 as we speak, but he's going to strike out on a Del Carmen fastball.
He was also 21 years old when this game started as well.
Golly. Rogers.
sorts of offense. Kelly Johnson, you betcha, with a homer. He's had 3 hits tonight. That was a 2-run homer. Into right field, Stephen Drew. Cole Gillespie's had a 3-hit night tonight. With that one, Gillespie played it around in the 5th inning. Stephen Drew with the triple. All the way around, he came. A couple of RBIs. It's been a great night for Arizona offensively, as they lead it by a score of 8-2. Nesperling Vasquez takes the rock and rolls. Comes on for the 55th time this year.
Been a bit of a struggle for Vasquez the last few outings.
That it has. Change up. 2-0 the count to Seth Smith. Just came right down the heart of the plate. 2-1 the count to Vasquez. From Vasquez, I should say. Out of Tenares in the Dominican Republic. 26 years old. He'll be 27 just a bit before Thanksgiving this year. Inside. And more than anything, I mean, he has allowed inherited runners to score. It's just been missing a lot. In his last inning in a third, he's got 5 walks.
That's 5 too many.
And a leadoff walk. And so with nobody out here in the top half of the 7th inning, here is Chris Iannetta. Just joining us, the short start from Ian Kennedy. Certainly not alarming. He just threw a ton of pitches in a couple of innings, and they said, that's it. We're going to let the bullpen do the rest of the work. And suddenly the offense did a bunch of the work to make the bullpen a little bit more comfortable. Kelly Johnson with a big night. Cole Gillespie with a big night. That one is in. We're going to gather across the street for our crew. We've enjoyed working with one another this year for a gathering over at Sliders across the street here at the ballpark. And we wanted to send a shout out to the folks over there that we want to switch it to an omelet station instead of pizzas.
Oh, Esmerling. Oh, Esmerling.
Goes to the backstop. Vasquez is scuffling, finding that zone again. I love the folks over there, though. Good folks.
Do a great job. Feed us well.
Like some bacon.
Quench our thirst.
Some bacon and
little biscuits and gravy for
some
me.
Biscuits as well. Lars and Mike over there. Good guys. Maybe some French toast.
Yeah. I like my eggs over easy.
3-1 the count.
Oh, Esmerling. Oh, good to see Larry the Cable Guy here. Oh, great act.
Iannetta walked and scored. He popped up to second as well. He'll step out.
All right, Esmerling. Here we go. Keep him charged up, Baxter. Probably got a hand buzzer. He's a mischievous one.
He really is. High pop off the end of the bat. Chris Young is there, and he is called off by Cole Gillespie. Join Fox Sports Arizona in the D-backs first annual charity co-ed softball tournament up in Anthem on Saturday, October 9th. Get your team together. It's for RBI, reviving baseball in the inner cities. Visit FoxSportsArizona.com. Ian Stewart finally finds his way back as Baxter wins more friends in the stands.
Where's Ian been?
Battling an injury with his side.
He's got a pain in his side.
That's why we saw Melvin Mora. Hester has to come out and talk with Vasquez.
Johnny Peralta had that same problem.
He's got a pain in his side.
Yeah, on this side.
But he is back now. And they missed him. There's no doubt that they missed him. Outside. 1-0 the count. Folks are pulling for a strike. Change up. 2-0 the count.
Got to throw it over the plate with a big lead there, Esmerling. Attaboy.
2-1 the count.
You got a good arm. Just go ahead and throw those strikes.
You talk about these Diamondbacks within the West. They were steamrolled early. And as a matter of fact, when you take into account the start to the end of July, that 13-10 looks a little bit better, doesn't it? That pitch is low. 3-1 the count. These are Stewart's first at bats and plate appearances since August 25th.
Well,
he's a guy to miss.
Oh,
isn't
well,
it?
They haven't really missed him too much, but up until this series, they've been winning. But boy, he's a dangerous guy in that lineup. Oh, that's annoying. I can't imagine Kirk Gibson going to be very patient with this. As that piercing bullpen phone makes its presence known.
And now Jonathan Herrera. Well, Mel Stoudemire is going to visit.
Boyer getting loose.
Oh my goodness.
Playing guess who?
He turned around. Oh, I thought it was my mother-in-law. Look at Baxter. We've missed him, haven't we? Been out on the road for. But come on, Baxter, your time's up. No, Baxter, come on. Baxter's handler wants him out of there.
And we love Baxter.
It's his bedtime. Look at him.
Oh, he just took that feller's hat.
Good to have big Diamondbacks fan and former D-back Greg Swindell tuned in. Inside. 1-0 the count.
And Zeke's been kind of saying the same thing that I have. Oh, Esmerling.
The 1-0.
There you
we go. 1-1 the count.
Use that fastball. Crowd's getting behind Esmerling now. Oh dear. Oh, Esmerling. 3-1.
Joe Garagiola Sr. just arrived for his prep work for Friday's game. He's already seated in the back of the booth, Grace. He's got his laptop out.
Go ahead and put on the headset there, Hall of Famer.
3-2 the count. Took a whack at it. So we'll do it again. 20 pitches thrown by the right-hander. And again, we locked in on the struggles. It hasn't been necessarily runs allowed. ERA can be deceiving for relievers anyway. It's been inherited runners. It's been walks. 3-2. Into center field. Hanging up very nicely. For Chris Young, and he puts it away.
He's got a good arm. Just throw strikes. He'll get outs.
3-ball counts for Vasquez to all 4 batters he has faced. And now Ryan Spilborghs. Good fastball paints the outside. 0-1 the count to Spilborghs. 7th inning at Dodger Stadium. Los Angeles 3, San Diego 1. Change up. Well, a funny thing happens when you throw strike one, doesn't
when you
it?
Throw strike one now. The offensive player, the hitter, has to go into swing mode. You can't take 2 strikes in this situation. You can take 1. But you put him in swing mode, now you can use your off-speed stuff.
The 1-2. That one bounces in there. 2-2 the count.
Looks like right now he's trying to strike out Ryan Spilborghs rather than just get out Ryan Spilborghs. Wasting a pitch up, wasting a pitch in the dirt. Now it's 2-2.
Three and two. "27 pitches from the right-hander. Can he get out of this mess?" One rolls into the dugout. Late season fatigue. Struggling to find that strike zone. Boy, you have to ratchet up that focus even more. Slow your mechanics down. The 3-2. Right there. Nothing wrong with that. No such thing as a 6-run homer.
Exactly.
Couple of runners on. Runners take off. 3-2. Walked him.
Oh, Esmeling.
That may be it.
That's got to be it.
Center fielder Carlos Gonzalez.
Gibson makes the call to the bullpen. Boyer coming on. No RBIs in this series for Carlos Gonzalez. He's due up next with the bases loaded. walked 5 in his previous inning in 2/3. And so the bases are loaded up of gentlemen, none of whom earned their way on with a hit. In front of MVP candidate Carlos Gonzalez. And we asked you fans to vote. You said this man would be your choice.
Rockies fans showing up.
He has not driven in a run, and instead of a left-handed pitcher out of the bullpen like a Norberto, a Mike Hampton, Zach Greinke.
Very interesting. They go with Blaine Boyer, the right-hander.
One and 0 the count. Boyer cleaned things up very nicely last night. I mean, mowed through these Rockies. This young man is 10 of his last 21 with runners in scoring position. 10 of his last 21. Belted deep left. That is a grand slam.
We thought it interesting that they brought in a right-hander to face Carlos Gonzalez.
We got a ball game, folks.
And we got a ball game. Esmeralda Vasquez. Well, he kind of upchucked all over the mound tonight by walking people. And Blaine Boyer came in to face the left-handed hitting Carlos Gonzalez. For the first time live, Kevin Towers has been introduced to the Diamondback bullpen.
The pen that has struggled this year. That's his first ever grand slam. And the paddles were out, and the power was flowing, and suddenly these Rockies, with one swing of the bat, were brought back to life in this game.
Fastball down the middle. And it just got out.
One and 2 the count. He had not driven in a run in the series, as we said, going to break. The two combined were 5 of 20 with 7 strikeouts. Now they still have to score 3 more runs if the Diamondbacks don't score again. Ouch. But that confidence, which was probably just about the flat line,
yeah, and
it's come back.
That's all you do when you walk people like that. You just inject confidence and you inject some willpower into your opponent. And that willpower is, man, these guys don't want it. They're just going to go out there and walk guys. 4 runs on 1 hit, Darren. 4 runs on 1 hit. Enough said.
Hot shot to Hall hitting Kelly Johnson. He makes the play for the out. The first career grand slam. MVP candidate Carlos Gonzalez. 1 hit in the inning. 4 runs across the plate.
Live, the post-game show, which should start in about 7 or 8 hours from now. Joe, I know you're going to have a spirited debate with Mark Grace about the American League Cy Young Award winner, but we have some unfinished business from the pregame show. I have the last pair of tickets to see Tom Petty in our week-long giveaway.
Yes.
You've been singing Free Fallin'. I know that Mark Grace has been singing Don't Come Around Here No More. Darren Sutton's been talking about Highway 441 and American Girl, so none of you guys can go because none of you guys can sing.
That is the truth.
Okay, so the bottom line is, I'm just going to be blatant about this. At my Twitter account at Walsh Todd, first new follower. I just want one new person to track us for our last show.
Nothing wrong with bribery.
Just one more. First person at Walsh Todd to start a new account and follow me is going to go see Tom Petty and ZZ Top, by the way. And please don't ever sing again.
All right.
Honestly? Okay, we'll send it back to you guys.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, and looking forward to that debate. Did you know you were debating the Cy Young Award?
I did not.
The American League. I think we have a wins guy out there.
The doctor?
Yeah, it looks like the doctor's he's a wins guy.
So he's giving it to CC Sabathia. Sounds like to me.
Left-hander Joe Beimel. Gerardo Parra. He gets the call. He comes off the bench. 8-6 the score. That one is chopped back behind the plate. 2-1 the count. Well, now the obvious thing to say, it'd be nice to add on.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Diamondbacks doled out 4 beautiful Christmas gifts. Well, here in September, in the 7th inning for the Colorado Rockies, and now every ounce of momentum is in the Colorado Rocky dugout. I mean, every bit of it. The lead balloon hit Chase Field when Carlos Gonzalez hit that grand slam behind 3 bases on balls.
Isn't it funny,
to
too?
load the bases.
We always talk to young ball players because I know in my case, as that one is lifted down the line, I think I wish I still was one. You know, with all the things we've been able to see covering this game. You had a fabulous major league career. I was one of those. But you learn when you sit up here, and you do it for 10, 12 years. And so we talk to the young players out there. Esmil Rogers earlier tonight. Esmerling Vasquez later in the ball game. Slow pace, throwing pitches out of the zone, both innings, blow-up innings. Popped up, racing over, and there to make the play for the out. Left fielder Seth Smith. It's not to say that every time you throw strikes, you're going to get everybody out every time and they'll make every play, but you certainly up your chances. Rather than nibbling, pitching around, walking.
When he threw strikes, he got people out, Esmerling Vasquez. The 2 guys, I mean, he went to 3-1 on both of them. He threw it down the middle, got a couple of outs. But at this level, because late walks tend to score, at this level, you just cannot walk people. If you're a reliever, you just cannot come in and walk people.
And then in that 5th inning with Esmil Rogers, a very slow tempo. There was an error behind him. He walked a couple of batters. Here's a young man that throws 97 miles an hour.
As does Esmerling.
So we say it with no judgment to them. This is a tough game, and it looks easier from up here. But you youngsters, throw strikes.
Well, this is the highest level there is, Darren, the major leagues. And at this level, every one of these guys should be able to, on any given night, throw a ball on the outside corner blindfolded. They should be able to be out there with a blindfold on and throw it over the plate. All of these pitchers. Because they're that talented.
The 1-2. That one is outside. 2-2 the count. I'm looking forward to that debate as well, Gracie. Kind of excited to hear you debate. I know you were on the debate team at San Diego State, weren't you?
Well, no.
Breaking ball, deep, right field, hugging toward the corner. It goes out of here. Fair ball, a home run, and an add-on run for Stephen Drew. Double now away from the cycle. The way this game has gone, somehow I think he'll get a shot at it.
Breaking ball stays in. Stephen Drew just cuts it off and hits a high, towering, majestic hang time just over the boards into a very dejected Colorado Rocky bullpen. Well, what a huge run that is for the Diamondbacks. Steal a little bit of the momentum back. They got 6 big outs left to go. Head on all you can.
Ryan Roberts, 1-1 the count. Little grounded to short. Tulo is there. Fires it on across. Well, folks, let's get that debate started up just a little bit because we know you'll be watching in the post-game show. Why don't you help us pick? You follow us here. Wins and losses are not on this graphic for a reason. Why don't you help us pick the Cy Young Award based upon that? And by the way, Hernandez has 222 strikeouts. That's 40 more than CC Sabathia and 50 more than David Price. Just a thought.
Okay.
Swing and a miss.
I'm all in.
I just thought we'd start there. Pretty good numbers, right?
Fabulous numbers.
Leads in innings pitched, ERA, and strikeouts. Those are important, aren't they, for a starter?
Well, sure.
Okay.
I mean, you're far and away ahead of everybody in the innings pitched. That's a huge statistic.
I mean, you don't want me to start going ERA plus and whip on you.
You'll lose me.
1-2 the count. Let alone wins over replacement. I start going down that road, your head will be spinning.
How about their defensive zone rating? You know, pitchers have to play defense too. I need to know. Uzi.
You mean user? UZR? Our good friends at Fangraphs.com. You want to go there?
Well, no.
2-2 the count.
These new stats, I'm having trouble keeping up.
3-2 the count. Well, you know, starts.
Well, sure.
Innings.
Yes, very important.
Earned run average.
Very important.
Strikeouts.
Important.
How about complete games?
Very important.
6 for Felix, 2 for CC, 2 for Price. Bouncing ball. And we will continue our discussion and hoping the Diamondbacks can hold what is now a 3-run lead. Oh, Stephen Drew with the blast, hugging the line. Oh, Dr. Joe, there will be no debate. Oh, boy. It is
You're fired up.
Officially on. By the way, the complete games, 3 times as many for Hernandez than CC and Price. 3 times as many. And then you add in the wins and the losses, something that is totally out of control of the pitcher. One plays for a juggernaut offensively, the other a pretty good club offensively. And I don't punish either one of them. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're winning games for championship teams. The other gentleman's on a losing club.
And got beat 1-0 today.
1-0. He went the distance. Aaron Heilman is on.
He threw a complete game, gave up 2 hits, got beat 1-0. And it happens.
Absolutely.
It happens, but as a position player in those games, Darren, it's almost impossible to go look that pitcher in the eye. And because you did absolutely zero as that one skied to start the inning.
I would imagine Dr. Joe's going to, as Parra is in right field, have a hard time looking King Felix in the eye next time he sees him. Cole Gillespie is in left.
Wow. I'm sure CC Sabathia is going to send him a nice wristwatch. To Joe. Thanks for believing. CC.
Did he interview him earlier this year, too?
Oh, yeah.
Did he now? Now his co-host out there.
To Joe.
That's a
No, that's
strike.
right. That's right. They double teamed CC.
Who's Todd like? He's outside
Todd's
of the Diamondbacks.
Todd's a Yankee guy, yeah. Grew up in upstate New York. Rochester. Big fan of Joe Altobelli.
Yeah,
as
great,
am I.
Great piece, by the way, on the 10th inning. Hey, Gracie.
I can't read that.
Teach me how to Dougie.
Can you teach me how to Dougie? Doogie?
That's the one that had called you Mar Grace. I could see the Mar on the backside of it. I'm told that is based on former Diamondback Doug Davis,
who is a brutal dancer.
It must not mean that. You know what it means? I think, can you teach me how to Dougie? Doug Davis has said that he's not looking to fight his way back into pitching a little bit for the Brewers. Right. He's going to go pitch in winter ball.
Doug Davis is going to pitch in winter ball?
He's going to prove he's healthy by pitching in winter ball.
Good for
him. I would imagine that's what that young man's saying.
Exactly. Thanks for caring about Doug Davis.
That one is a changeup. That's strike 3.
Well, Aaron Heilman certainly has come in and thrown some strikes. He's gotten 2 quick outs because of it. Change up, bottom falls out of it. And Melvin Mora way out in front of it. Terrific pitch there.
Quick thought, the Mariners have 94 losses, the Yankees 92 wins. CC 6 runs per game support, Felix 3. As that one is
0 today.
Felix has had 15 games where Seattle has scored 2 or fewer runs. CC has had 7 of those. Felix has had 7 games where Seattle has scored 5 or more runs. CC has had 20 of those. Ground ball.
How about Aaron Heilman coming in restoring order?
Restoring order, settling things down. 3 quick outs for the right-hander out of Notre Dame. Aaron Heilman.
Gibby went to Michigan State.
an interesting night when you look at the standings yet again. And you had San Diego feeling good about themselves, moving into a tie. Now they drop a game back as they lose to Los Angeles. 3-1 is the score. San Francisco steamrolling. By the way, those 2 homers in 1 inning for Juan Uribe. Out-of-town scoreboard. These Rockies cannot lose. Todd, it's going to be a very spirited debate, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, listen, guys. I don't want to pick on my partner, but he's been sort of indisposed while you've been burying him, so he has no idea the venom.
Oh, he does.
No.
Okay.
He's sort of preparing, I guess, is the best way. I can't get the room where he's in, but I know he's in there, and he's preparing.
Well, tell him he's got work to do.
Oh, he knows.
That's awesome. Well, it'll be a great debate, I think.
Yeah, I just look forward to sitting and watching. This will be fascinating.
Well, tell him soon to log off of Yankees.com and come on back.
No, I think he's on ccisgolden.com. I think that's the website he's been working on for many, many years. Wow. He has no idea.
Uh-oh. Whenever Todd joins us, offense follows. Out of here. The real rally back is Todd Walsh. Chris Young with his 26th homer of the year. And the Diamondbacks, well, they gave a few. Better said, they gave 4 to the Rockies. They've gotten 2 back. 26 homers, 27 stolen bases.
It's getting close. First pitch fastball from Octavio Dotel. Bang! Way out of here to left field. Well, just the thought of CC Sabathia winning the Cy Young just gets under these Diamondbacks' skin.
The count to Adam LaRoche. Youth Assistance Foundation receives $150 from the good friends and partners with Fulton Homes. A Fulton Homes homer, we like to call it. And that's one of the better nicknames.
It is one of the better nicknames. Octavio Dotel still got those fancy shoes on, Darren Sutton.
How does he tonight? His teammates call him shoes.
How can you not when you see those fancy kicks? No, they're not fancy. They're actually terrible.
Oh, I see.
Matter of fact, you know who used to wear those a lot was Matt Williams.
My hair was brown
when the game
started. Whoa, hey. How does that happen?
I love it.
That's creative. And this gentleman was clean shaven. He went and got a shave and a haircut this morning at his corner barbershop.
Tom Petty and Billy Gibbons. Good to have him here from ZZ Top.
2-2. Hot shot, base hit, right field. Adam LaRoche. And now Mark Reynolds. You're talking about those walks. 81 of them.
Career high.
What that does for you real casual baseball fans, it takes a .201 batting average, which he is in no way, shape, or form proud of, and turns it into a .322 on base percentage, which is by no means high. But it means instead of reaching 20% of the time, he's reaching 32% of the time. Still, you'd love to see him hitting .250 and have that on base about .380. And you'd really feel good about it.
Now you're talking.
.250. That's not a crazy expectation, right?
He's done it.
I'm not sitting here saying .290, .330, folks.
He's not a 200 hitter. He's not a Mendoza line guy. He's a better hitter than that.
Oh, and 2 the count.
There's our friend Susan.
Unmatched passion for this team.
And we love with every ounce of our hearts and souls. She loves her Diamondbacks, and we love her back.
The 0-2. He takes a slider outside. Relentless in her cheers for this team. And folks, that means in spring training.
Never a negative word comes out of her mouth. Always supportive. I mean, never a, oh, come on, or anything like that. It's always positive. And when the Diamondbacks go on the road during the summer, Darren, she used to go down to Tucson. Go watch the AAA team play as Mark Reynolds strikes out. But that's okay, she says. You keep trying.
With her positive aura and her cheering, and if you don't have something nice to say. Remember last year, she was heartbroken. She felt very loyal to Bob Melvin. She took a few days off with the attitude, if you don't have something nice to say, so she just took a few days off.
She took a few days off, cleared her head, counted 3 million instead of 10, and she came back. And we're happy about that.
0-1 the count, John Hester. High fly, center field. Carlos Gonzalez is there to make the play.
Unfortunately for John Hester, that's a size 5 collar he's wearing. 14 hits, and I've been that guy. Team gets 14, 16, 18 hits, and you ain't got nary one of them. It's a bad feeling.
What do you call that? Peeking into the
candy store.
I love that. Is such a great visual. Everyone's in there with
Oh
lollipops.
yeah, everybody's there. Hey, you want some of this? This sure is good chocolate chip ice cream.
You have your nose against the glass.
Can I have some? Can I have some of those jelly beans? No. Nope. Oh wow, these are good. Have that cookie? Nope.
Like this guy. I mean, when Jimmy Garrett and the guys go to take Cole Gillespie's jersey and wash it, there's going to be chocolate all over it.
Oh, yeah. He's had 3 hits. He's had a terrific night. Well, unfortunately for John. But you know what? Did a pretty good job with Ian Kennedy behind the plate. Did a nice job restoring order.
You bet.
With Aaron Heilman in the 8th inning.
And he wished all those Esmeralda Vasquez pitches into the zone. Did all he could.
He put the target over the plate.
Two and two the count. It's a thankless position catching. As we talked about yesterday, only catchers understand what catchers go through. That one is fouled off. By the way,
Adam LaRoche was trying to get on the scoreboard there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he has 0 stolen bases. Want to have you chime in, 36929. Who will win the debate? Dr. Joe, who is still logged on, and he just sent a couple of texts over to Joe Girardi and the guys. Curtis Granderson just called him. Or Darren and Gracie. In last place with the Mariners. 2 and 2 the count.
And that doesn't mean that David Price shouldn't be in the debate.
Oh, no. Because we're big Joe Madden guys.
Yes, we are.
Guys, he's back. I don't know. Joe's back.
I heard you guys are all over me. What's that all about?
We're not on you at all.
Well, not you as the person. We love you as the person, Joe. You're going to get smoked in the post-game show.
I don't know about that.
CC Sabathia.
I don't know about that.
All right, folks. Who do you choose? Do you choose Darren or Gracie and the best pitcher in the American League? Or the big Yankee fan, Joe Borowski? Arizona presents Diamondbacks baseball, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. By the fast, reliable, secure, heavy-duty internet from Quest. Your Valley Hyundai dealers. Time for the 7th inning. Stretch your dollars. Hyundai, now the most fuel-efficient car maker in America. Visit valleyhyundaidealers.com. Aaron Heilman looking to take it on to the finish line after a solid, clean inning in the 8th inning. And the Colorado Rockies, in a series in which I would imagine they were eyeing minimum 2, quite possibly 3 victories to keep pace in the race in the West and in the wild card, are 3 outs away from being swept by the Arizona Diamondbacks.
That would be the 3rd sweep at home this year for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go out and buy them a new suit.
One and one the count to Chris Iannetta. What's happened so rare? I think I can remember it. Padres, correct?
Yes.
New York Mets.
Very good.
When you've had a tough year, you remember the high moments in the high series.
Man.
I'll tell you, if you folks remember the sweep that the Diamondbacks handed the Padres, they've kind of recovered from that tailspin started by Arizona, but just a little bit.
It was too big a tailspin, though. It ended up being, what, 10 games they lost in a row?
Yes.
The Diamondbacks were the first 3.
Well, and then it went for about 3 weeks, so they would just occasionally win.
And they lost again tonight to the Los Angeles Dodgers, 3-1. That's good news for these Rockies. The bad news was in Chicago, where the Giants won 13-zip over the Cubs. 13-zip.
Away.
You gotta try to get beat that bad.
Man, they're not a club that does a bunch of hitting these days.
No.
They've done some pitching, I'll tell you that.
Unbelievable starting pitching for the Giants.
That man would love another chance to play in October. Ball 4. The big good warms in the pen. Juan Gutierrez.
Eric Young Jr. going to come in and pinch hit. Now it's time for Aaron Heilman to throw some strikes.
2-0 the count.
Oh boy.
3-0. San Francisco, by the way, just to finish that thought, they're pitching in the month of September. A 1.47 ERA.
Wow. Oh boy. Difficult to watch.
Well, and you continue to give them opportunities. Club that is just scrapping and fighting for their last breath.
By the way, Carlos Gonzalez is due up third.
Kirk Gibson's going to come on. Miguel Montero had some gear on. I'm not quite sure if he's part of a double switch or not. He may have just been warming. No, Miggy's coming out. Looks like it'll be Juan Gutierrez, John Hester. Good day's work, young man. Miggy will take over. We'll reset the whole situation. Gutierrez, the closer for the Diamondbacks, for now anyway, comes on. situation. He goes to work. Then and now, that truly is the story for the big fellow, the Venezuelan-born right-hander. On July the 9th, you wondered where his season, really where his career would go. It was struggles at an epic proportion. 7.42, 11 home runs allowed. Look what he has done since. 10 of 10 in saves. And only 3 pitchers in that time, albeit guys that have far more saves, have been perfect. Heath Bell, Joaquin Soria, and Juan Gutierrez in that time.
That's great company to be in.
They pitched into the 20s in saves, but still, he hasn't had as many games to save, as many opportunities.
Exactly. Joaquin Soria, probably the best pitcher not many people know about. Unless you're a big-time baseball fan, you probably have no idea who Joaquin Soria is. He is the closer for the Kansas City Royals, and he is fabulous.
Do you remember his work last year when we visited?
It was easy. For him, it's easy to save a game.
Miggy is behind the plate. So Montero bats second. Yeah, he's got his eye on everyone that trots out of that pen. And for that matter, with his history, he's got his eye on every reliever that trots out of every pen right now. Or someone does for him.
He can't be enjoying what he's seeing, all these late walks.
1-0 the count.
A low strike there. Montero unable to come up with it clean, but he got the call anyway.
Herrera singled, has grounded out, struck out, and flied out. A topper. He'll be hanging around now with a 1-2 count. Juan wheels and deals. Fastball, bouncing ball. Keller gets the lead runner at second. That's all he will get. The lead runner actually moves to third.
And you will take that.
But he gets out front and erases EY Jr. Outs are outs at this point in the ball game. You just don't want to put on any additional base runners in front of the man in the on-deck circle.
You do not want Carlos Gonzalez representing the tying run. He's already hit a grand slam tonight, so that's why it is paramount that Gutierrez find a way to dispose of Ryan Spilborghs here with 1 out. That's a good start. Nope, didn't get the call.
Spilborghs came in hitting .370 against Arizona this season. 10 of 27. He's 1 for 2 tonight. Good fastball. 1-1 the count. High. 2-1 the count. Better hitter against right-handed hurlers, about 50 points higher than lefties.
Oh boy.
Outside, 3-1 the count. Part of the reason why. Miggy with a little hop in his step to remind his countrymen about the stuff that he has. And that there's one other fellow countryman who's waiting in the on-deck circle.
Go ahead and throw me a strike here. Let's take our chances. I'd like to see one of these Rockies actually hit their way on.
The tying run will come to the plate in the form of Carlos Gonzalez, who hit a grand slam home run the last time he had an opportunity to do so. It was his first career grand slam.
I mean, and it is the exact same circumstances. Bases full of Rockies via the base on balls. And Carlos Gonzalez with an opportunity to tie the ball game up.
The one pitch drops it in there. And that first pitch, the most important, it's a breaking ball. Here's the grand slam. Fastball. The 1-1 in. And where to put him now? Tulowitzki waits on deck.
You throw the curveball here, Darren.
Why not? He did. He belts it into right field. They were playing deep, no doubles. One run is in. Another run comes on a rally. All the way hustling into third. Back in the back end goes Spilborghs. Now, in a 10-8 ball game, representing the go-ahead run, is Troy Tulowitzki. 6 RBIs in his last 2 plate appearances.
Well, the 7th and 9th innings just been painful for everybody. All these walks that are coming around to touch the plate. 6 of them now have scored.
A career high 6 RBIs. Runner takes off. He steals it. Gonzalez with his 25th stolen base of the year. Tulowitzki, don't forget, has 14 home runs this month. We can talk homers all we want. Now a single ties this game. A single.
Yeah, home run gives them the lead. But you're right, a single ties the ball game. Outfielders are very deep. They're not going to be able to throw out. Gonzalez at the plate.
Tulowitzki down the line. Toward the corner it goes. It's a foul ball.
That would have given them the lead. And it was about a foot foul.
And it's these innings that have been the painful innings. Kevin Towers likened it to having a great dinner and then waiting 40 minutes to get the check.
Exactly right. It's a great analogy.
Forget about the great dinner. 0-2 the count to Tulowitzki. Did he? No, he did not.
Herman Danley on the call.
The 7th, 8th, and 9th, Arizona has been outscored this year 287 to 175. More than 110 run difference.
Gutierrez got him with a breaking ball last night, got him looking in this situation. See what he throws him here, 1-2.
Takes. Good breaking ball. He didn't offer. It started at the knees away and disappeared. 10-8 the score. Colorado has scored a pair. They scored 4 in the 7th. The 2-2. Just hangs around as he chops that one off the dirt. The 13 long balls allowed by Gutierrez, more than any relief pitcher, but he has not allowed one since July 20th, or better said, a long, long time ago. Young man out of Long Beach State, already one of the captains of this team. Back to the screen it goes.
Power on power right there. A high fastball and a powerful swing from Tulowitzki. Boy, he was right on that fastball, folks. I mean, right on it.
The 2-2 inside. Jason Giambi waits on deck. Three-two. Bouncing ball to his left as Reynolds fielding, firing, 2 outs. It's a 1-run game. But just 1 out to go.
Really nice play going to his left by Mark Reynolds. Gutierrez went with the breaking ball. Tulowitzki hit it pretty firmly, but Mark Reynolds, a nice play to his left and a perfect strike across the diamond.
Giambi 0 for 3 career against Gutierrez.
This is a guy you hate to see, a veteran. And also a guy with 415 career home runs.
One of those a walk-off here within the last couple of weeks.
A guy that just lives for these moments and has his entire career.
Takes 2-0 the count and will not swing out of the zone. This is on getaway day, September 12th. And that ended it. That old man was able to act like a kid again. Out of salt with that pepper in the beard. As the 2-0 comes home. Outside. 3-0 the count. Melvin Mora, he waits on deck. Ball 4.
Pitch around him. That was a pitch around. That's the go-ahead run right there. I'm sure we'll have a pinch runner for Jason Giambi. And then it'll be Dexter Fowler coming out of the Rocky dugout. And Mel Stottlemyre once again coming out of the Diamondback dugout.
Well, these two, Mora and Gutierrez, have met it just twice. If you'll remember, it was in the 9th inning down 3-1 a couple of days ago. There was some thought amongst the people that cover the Rockies that maybe another option on the bench instead of Mora against Gutierrez. He struck him out. He also struck him out to end the game in August. So just 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Fowler is running, as Gracie mentioned at first. Mora singled twice, but then is lined out. It ended up being a double play in that line out to center. And he is struck out swinging. Breaking ball outside.
Didn't get the call. Gutierrez wanted it. C.B. Buckner not in the giving mood.
Outside, 2-0 the count. Seth Smith, who waits on deck, is 1 of 2 against Gutierrez, and the last time he faced him, he homered against him. That was back in May. The man that gets in the box. Breaking ball, and that's how you get it going. Melvin hits .273 against righties, .293 against lefties this year. 2-1, beat him. I mean, just beat him with a fastball.
No, perfectly placed fastball in the outside corner. Now Diamondback fans finally going to get loud. They've been here almost 4 hours. They'd love to see the boys in white shake hands after the ball game, call themselves winners. And they'd like to wave those brooms.
Two. Spoiled a fastball at his chest. .9 the score. 2 runners on. Outside. With the count full, both runners will be going. Juan Gutierrez wheels and deals, breaking ball, foul ball.
Well, Juan Gutierrez must have kissed the Blarney Stone before this inning, because Troy Tulowitzki missed a home run by mere inches that would have given his team the lead, and now Melvin Mora misses a double by mere inches that would have given his team the lead. But he's still out there with a chance to get the save. Can he do it?
The 3-2 pitch with the runners going. Got him! The Arizona Diamondbacks, almost inexplicably, after playing some of the worst baseball they played all year long on a 10-day road trip, come back home and sweep the Colorado Rockies.
Wave the brooms, folks. You're out here for 4 hours. You deserve to leave here happy. Juan Gutierrez, the best breaking ball of the evening that he threw. Mora right over the top of it after just missing the third base line with a line drive. And yeah, divine intervention all around.
And that may spell the end of postseason hopes for these Colorado Rockies unless they just go ahead and win out. Very disappointing for these gentlemen from Denver, Colorado. Very exciting for the winning team. Certainly the Diamondbacks, a deficit that is tough to stomach with just 3 series left for the Rockies. So for Arizona, they get back on track. The Dodgers come to town. But first, we've got to talk about this ball game. We got to get things going out on the set. They got to get the lights on. Joe and Todd, I see the lights are on. All right, let's get it to them. Take it, boys.